Ah, I'm here. Sorry. I was, the doorbell rang while we were waiting. And I received some new sunglasses. I need to stop online shopping. Like, somebody take my credit card away from me. I am... since I've been back, it's been bad, guys. Like, I think on my first day of vacation, I bought, like, so much shit. I'm buying some furniture, but I can't even, like, fucking... Like, they're not even built. They're just, like, laying around in boxes. And I suck at building stuff. Sorry, I needed to blow my nose. So, you know how I told you guys that I would order some honey? I ordered it. And guess what? I received the box and it's all wrapped in a fucking plastic bag. And I'm like, why did Amazon deliver me like my honey in a plastic bag? And when I finally touch it, I get it because it's all sticky and stuff and the honey all exploded inside. Saying I bought like 4K of furniture in the last 2 months? Wait, really? Shit, you must have bought some really nice stuff. I took your credit card, don't worry, I'm just gonna spend your money on Fumos. Dude, I had a friend who had a wall full of Fumos. But yeah, I don't know. I keep ordering new sunglasses, but at the end of the day, the only sunglasses that I wear are like my $2 sunglasses that I bought on AliExpress like 2 years ago. They're so comfortable and they look cool. Oh, you bought like kitchen table chairs? Good. I am looking for a kitchen table. And I'm so sad, man. I should have jumped on it. There was like a Louis XIV style table that was like, it was like antique. And it was cheap. It was like, they were selling it for $100. And it was all like, it was like real wood with like, I don't know, these ornaments like lion fucking feet and stuff. It was really, really nice. But I was going on vacation, so I was like, I don't have time to go pick it up. And then when I came back, he was like, yeah, $100 CAD. Yeah. He was like, it's sold. Like, fuck. Me too, Justinato. Like, I'm also always scared to wear my expensive sunglasses or break them. So I just wear the cheap ones. And like, they're the most comfortable too. Yeah, I am so sad about this table, man. I'm so sad. I like keep thinking about it. But yeah, I'm also looking for something small, and I'm also looking for like furniture that when I look at them, they bring me like pleasure. Like I don't know, I want everything to be like something that I will actually enjoy. And I didn't want to just like a plain boring table. TBH, I don't invite... Yeah, to spark joy, exactly. Yeah, maybe... Okay, I shouldn't speak like that, because VTuber chat, you guys are all like, Ayo? Vox-shaped furniture? Shut up, shut up. No, not my lord. Wait, used furniture, cockroaches and termites are rampant? Ew! But it can't be no, there's no way cockroaches are on a table though. Like, I would never buy... I'm trying to think. I wouldn't buy like a used couch or a used mattress. Damn, stay safe, right, Ray? What the fuck? A drone? Where do you live? Oh, actually, you don't have to answer that. No doxing. Don't dox yourself. Ew. Cockroaches can often hide inside used ovens or fridge. Ew, brother. Okay, I'm not buying a used oven or fridge. I'm good on that. Yeah, calming aura from furniture. Honestly, I'm really not good at decorating. Like, I have no sense of like furniture placement. Everything is kind of just there. Iron pollen, nice. But I'm trying to be more organized now. Like, I've been sorting through my stuff since I came back from vacation. Like, I came back and I looked at all my stuff and I was like, oh my god, it feels stuffy in there. And there's been boxes that I've been like moving from apartment to apartment that I hadn't opened in years. So I did like a big clearing. I sorted all of my cosmetics and my makeup. I'm sure you guys can relate. Not. And I swear I threw away like 90% of everything I have because I don't even wear makeup that much. And when I do, it's just very, very little. And I don't really use any products either. And then I started like going through all my jewelry boxes and like throwing away all this stuff that I had. Wait, you saw me on Rule 34? Really? I'm in there? No way. You found bedbugs in your laptop? Ew! Wait, I made it to R34? That's an achievement. That's crazy. Did Ducky hook us up? Oh, I've been there for a while. I didn't know. Beautiful, good quality furniture are great investments. Yeah, but the thing is, like, every time I want a new style. But yes, it's true. Apparently, if you buy, like, designer furniture, but I have no idea what the fuck is in terms of designer furniture, you can sell them back at a good price if you, like, know how to take good pictures and you take care of them. But the thing is, I don't take care of my shit, so I'm cooked. There's actually a fair amount of R34 art. How do you guys all know this? Actually, there is an art that I really want. I saw like this anime girl read my even star 80. I can show this on stream. I don't think it's a bad thing. I want an artwork like this in this pose. It's so funny. It's also like kind of silly, like me. No, you can't. What are you showing? My mods are like having a seizure. They're like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. What is she gonna show? Can you move a little to the left? I can. Oh wait, Concon's here. What the fuck? Concon, go away. This is Juan's time now. True, that would be a good be right back screen for my stream. Wait, there are R34 of that already? Yeah, but it's gonna be without clothes on. Oh man, what a day, what a day. I'm like seeing some of the shit with abroad in Japan, like beefing with this other YouTuber because he says that she's bringing misinformation about Japan. She's spreading misinformation about Japan. Oriental Pearl, and for a second I got scared because I thought it was just Pearly. Concon is that flying thing, yes. The one that people meme that he has a ball gag. Thank you, Mystic Axe, I appreciate it. What do you guys think about this this situation? Did you guys watch the Pearly video? Oh my god, I'm gonna call her Pearly now. That's it. I already don't remember. Oriental Pearl. Also, there is one of the V4 Mirai members that has been like streaming from her alt a lot, which is a bit concerning. The Rara girl. He's bigger, so it looks bad. Like he's punching down. I usually do like Chris Broad too. Noah's gone. Thank you so much for the cute squad sub. Like clockwork, folks, here it is. A faster response time than most fighter jet squadron in Warzone, locked and loaded, ready to explode. For someone I've never met and whose name I only know as Oriental, she sure claims to know a lot about me. Turns out I'm a tyrant, a monster, an envious old fool who lives only to bask in her magnificent glory, apparently. As opposed to someone fed up of being sent her toxic YouTube videos and Instagram reels from viewers wondering what I think about the so-called downfall of Japan. Only to then tune in and find a girl trawling around the backstreet of Shinjuku like a hungry raccoon looking for graffiti, intrigue, and trash cans to exploit. Wait, she found some trash cans in Japan? Because that shit's really rare. I haven't seen a single one, unless it's like in a 7-Eleven. If not, what is happening to Japan? And certainly white girl speaks Japanese, Japanese people shock, surprise, amazement. There's also white girl speaks Japanese, you won't believe what the locals did next. And my personal favorite, Japanese reacts to white girl speaking Japanese, Sugoi, incredible. I should add for clarity, impressively, these are genuine actual videos on her channel, not me being sarcastic for once. I mean, okay, yes, these titles are really cheesy, but it does look like he's punching down a lot. Like, I mean, they started adding them in some places due to the increase in foreigners tossing trash. Dude, yeah, I feel like he cares too much. This is another channel, so like, unless she attacked him first or she criticized him. Did he do a video on her? Why do they not have trash cans in Japan? Because I think what I've been told is that at one point they had like a bomb threat in one of the trash cans, so they removed all of them so people like can't toss, you know, backpacks in there. But it's stupid because everybody there uses the public transport, so you gotta carry your trash around. And you walk a lot in Japan, so you're just like, you have all your trash in your purse and your backpack until you find one. Usually you have to go into a 7-Eleven to throw it away. And it's stupid because there's still like these recycling bins, or there's like these cans bins, and if somebody really wanted to do that, they'd find a way. They don't need a trash can for it. But that's my hot take. Yes, he's pissed that she make tourist content. But it's just like, it's kind of out of character for him because he's not in that, you know, he's not in that scene really of calling out tourists. It's not his vibe. He's just usually does his own thing. Same thing in Korea. I lived there for 2.5 years. Oh, did you like Korea? Are the people nice there? Yeah, she makes slop content, but like his reaction needs to be earned. And if people just see this and they don't understand what came before, like here he's just like, oh, my viewers keep sending me stuff to react to, but it's, I mean, that's your viewers, that's not her. Oh, he does, Copper? Yes, and they try to speak English in Korea. No, but that's why I'm asking, because I heard the opposite. I heard that in Korea it was difficult to go around because they didn't speak much English. Because after I went to Japan, one of my friends did a detour to Korea, and that's what she said. She said it was a bit difficult to get around, not knowing the country and stuff. Most likely depends on which part of Korea. Perhaps. I would love to visit there. Maybe China even. China would be, apparently is really beautiful. Okay, today what we're doing is the breakdown of the Sinder doc. We're actually gonna get officially halfway through. I decided to stream... It started with a video about graffiti. Yeah. He has a podcast where he's more outspoken. Ah, thank you, Copper. Sakura, oh, thank you for the Twitch sub. Thank you, thank you. I'm still pretty new to the world of VTubers and your video helped a lot to catch up to speed. Thank you. That was my intention, actually. And my next video, I think it's going to be informative on a VTuber. And it's going to be a fun video. Hi, good luck with reading, Rima. Thank you! Thank you so much. There's a lot missing out from that tweet. Yes, I think a more... I mean, we can look at the videos maybe like tomorrow or something when we have more time. But it feels like his reaction is overboard, especially if I'm just looking at the tweet with no context. So if I'm looking at this, then I'm wondering what the viewers, like, what people on Twitter, they're gonna look at this and they're gonna be as confused as me. Because you couldn't call out her video and be like, this is false, Japan is not like that, she made this graffiti video for clicks and I disagree with it. And you can criticize it. And then when she starts crying about being attacked and stuff, then you can respond in a cool-headed manner. But the way he responded was, it felt a little bit emotional. She was also getting hysterical about illegally parked bikes. That... I like that about Japan, that there was just some bikes laying around and no one was taking them. I thought that was cool. I was like, wow, they're really safe here. Like, nobody steals your stuff. Did I tell you guys that I forgot a bag at one point in Kyoto? And Sayu was like, you know what, Rima? This is Japan. Don't worry about it. We're already far now. We're going to do this temple. And on our way back, you can go pick up your bag. I was like, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna trust. And we went back. Dude, the store was closing. They opened up the store for me to give me back my bag. They had kept it the entire time. And they had like closed it so nothing would fall from it. It was so cute. Thank you, Midnight Rider, for the 100 bits. Yeah, I'm testing this, just streaming earlier today because I made it like a post, a community post on my YouTube to ask for feedback. And it seems like I have a lot of overseas viewers that where the streams at 8 PM for them is a little late. So I figured, why not? I was on my keyboard, but I sent you the YouTube drama Reddit thread on the Chris board stuff. Okay, I'm actually curious. Broad in Japan calls out Oriental Pearl for sensationalism and clickbaitish response claiming to be attacked. The sensationalist Japan content is getting out of hand. A wall with some graffiti on in Shibuya doesn't mean Japan is at an end. Did she actually claim that? That's so stupid. There was a graffiti in Shibuya 10 years ago. There's a graffiti in Shibuya today, but unfortunately positivity doesn't drive clicks. I was in Kabukicho, Shinjuku the other day, and it was absurdly busy. There was certainly more rubbish than usual. Then I realized it was a 3-day weekend and far busier than the average weekend. Shame it was missed opportunity to point my camera at the rubbish and make a video decrying the end of Japan. Now stop reading this. Every minute online is time better spent rummaging around Asia's biggest red light district with a GoPro looking for dirt. There's some serious ad revenue to be made, folks. What is happening to Japan? 377k views. Can we zoom this? Okay, the hypocrisy is breathtaking. You can freely release a video about Japan to 500,000 people riddled with sweeping culture generalization to toxic sensationalist rhetoric. But God help you if someone calls you out for it. Honestly, folks, what a strange world we live in. Oh, she says, I'd appreciate if this post was taken down. It only... Wait. What is this screenshot from? Is this screenshot from Reddit? Actually, I'm siding more with Abroad on Japan now that I'm looking at this. I'd appreciate if this post was taken down. It only leads to creator-on-creator harassment. It's fine to have a different opinion on things than me, Chris, but I've lived in Asia just as long as you, and I'm also allowed to have opinion on Japan. Also, why does it matter if I filmed this video with a GoPro? I don't have a film crew as you do. I mean, he just said that offhandedly. It wasn't really an attack. Oriental Pearl, this isn't creator-on-creator harassment. You made a sweeping generalization about Japan based on a handful of streets to several hundreds of thousands of people, and it's not the first time. If you're not willing to have your public opinion scrutinized, then don't bother making them publicly for cheap views. You are absolutely entitled to your opinion, as I am mine. But for years now, folks have been complaining to me about your content, and having watched your latest video, I understand why. Her snarky GoPro comment didn't go unnoticed either, attempting to set this up as some sort of nonsensical David versus Goliath battle. Yeah, I noticed that she added that, but yet she herself has 1.42 million subs! Okay, she's not a small channel at all, guys. She is not a small channel. What? Heck, maybe she should start hiring a filming crew. They might encourage her to stop making clickbait rubbish. Okay, and this is the response. I actually read this, but this was like the end of the drama. So I read it backwards. So let's read it again. And like clockwork, folks, there it is. A faster response time than most fighter jet squadrons in Warzone. Locked and loaded and ready to exploit. For someone I've never met and whose name I know only as Oriental, she sure claims to know a lot about me. It turns out I'm a tyrant, a monster, an envious old fool who lives only to bask in her magnificent glory. Apparently. As opposed to someone fed up of being sent her toxic YouTube videos and Instagram reels from viewers wondering why I think about the so-called downfall of Japan, only to then tune in and find a girl trawling around the back streets of Shinjuku like a hungry raccoon looking for graffiti, intrigue, and trash cans to exploit. If you enjoy Oriental Pearl, allow me to recommend a few of her videos. It's not what is happening to Japan, then certainly white girls speak Japanese. Japanese people shock, surprise, amazement. There's also white girl speaks Japanese. You won't believe what the locals did next. And my personal favorite, Japanese react to white girls speaking Japanese. Sugoi, incredible. I should add for clarity, impressively, these are genuine actual videos on her channel, not me being sarcastic for once. Quality content for the ages indeed. Why Chris Broad attacked my channel at Abroad in Japan. She tagged him. I do all the editing and filming by myself. I don't have the expensive... I hate that she's stuck on that argument. Like, she's taking, like, the one offhand comment he did. And she's, like, being like, I do everything myself, yada, yada. Oh, he responded. I didn't see that. Okay, wait. Abroad in Japan destroyed with facts and logic. I've literally just unsubbed from myself. Oh my god, he's actually so funny. I'm almost impressed by your response time on this. You'd put most Air Force rapid response units to shame. Rest assured, I've not harbored some bizarre long-term dislike or obsession for you. I'm sure you're great and whatnot, but I don't even know your real name other than your first name is Oriental, which is certainly a name indeed! LOL! Simply put, this week I've had dozens of people send me your latest video / reel talking about graffiti, asking me what I thought and give my honest opinion on it. Sorry my opinion was a gulf apart from yours. Anyway, congratulations again on exploring this in record time. Genuinely impressive. I bask in your glory. Dude, the way British people talk is so funny. They're so good. How are they so good at this? I'm jealous. He's so British. I bask in your glory. Oh my god, it's so funny. I want to watch her video so bad now, but we gotta get through this fucking Sinder doc. Or should we watch it and then just go through the doc? I don't know. Yeah, Washington needs to up his game. He's a resident British mod. He's a Sunday Times bestseller after all? Wait, he wrote like he was a journalist? No way. Why not watch him after I'm done with Sinder? Because after I'm done with the Sinder doc, it's gonna be in 6 hours and I'm not gonna have the energy for it. And she replied with, what does my channel name have to do with it? Like, dude, Oriental, what is this? The 60s? Oh, he wrote a book. Wow. I kind of want to take some literature class now. Like, I want to write better. Do you guys want to watch the video or you just want to get through the Sinder doc? It's really up to you. Okay. The video, her video replying to Chris Broad that he attacked her. Video doc, video doc, video doc. It's like so even. Just doc. Okay, everybody just wants to doc. All right, let's do it. Elara's taking a break. We can finally catch up. Let's go. Okay. This is our moment. All right, you ready, Juan? You ready, boo? Where do I do that again? Oh yeah, here.
To have the perfect response to the claim they had already determined I was guilty of.
No. Hold up.
Nanolis,
Okay.
Shallowly, and almost a dozen of my friends planned the original documents about me. It took them 2 days to decide to cancel me. Everything was dropped on me out of nowhere, and somehow I was expected to have the perfect response to the claims they had already determined I was guilty of.
She could have taken more time to respond. She doesn't need to be... It doesn't need to be like immediate. The thing is, when we do the TTS, is that I feel like I can't comment as it goes because it's like talking and I don't want to talk over it.
When I first started this document, I thought my friends all lied about me, Red, and Nano to protect her and hurt me. I couldn't understand why. But as things came together, I was no longer convinced that was the case. It didn't make sense for all of my closest friends to maliciously and willingly lie to the public about me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe happened that would connect all of their lies back to one place. At the start of this document, I said I was convinced there were two people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after my cancellation.
Okay. I just read the first few words of this next paragraph and that sounds hella spicy.
Shylily lied to Nanolus about her own actions towards me, telling Nanolus she was being manipulated when she wasn't. Under the excuse of manipulation that Shylily gave to her, I believe Nanolus lied to everyone about her experience with Red and I to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. With Shylily supporting her, they lied to my friends, and they lied to you.
Bro. I'm like... You guys know what I think about the manipulation part, and I know some people in chat disagree, and I like that we have a variety of opinion in the chat, and I think that's okay, as long as we don't attack each other for it, and we don't harass each other for it. But I think I've made my point pretty clear about the manipulation part. And I'm kind of sick of Red and Sinder gaslighting us into thinking that this is not manipulation.
I believe my friends were manipulated by the last people they'd expect to be the manipulators. I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened and were convinced to see things the way they weren't. All of them were making or supporting accusations against me that happened over years, when the timeline for the things those accusations were based on was really only 5 to 8 months long, leading up to my cancellation on April 26, 2025. They were operating under a different set of information than me, and they used what they already knew to jump to conclusions. They may have also been manipulated not to contact me or Red for our sides of the story because it'd contradict what was being told to them.
Okay, next section. Have you guys already all read this part?
In this section, I'll be breaking down the documents and statements from Nanolus, Bao, Shylily and my other friends who were involved. I use their own words and all of the evidence in the past few sections to build a timeline of events, address their claims, and draw conclusions about how and why things happened the way they did.
Okay. Following so far. Yes, I mean, in this part, they're gonna have to make up their mind on what they believe manipulation is, or what manipulation entails. If throughout their document, they are making the point to us that manipulation, in a case of manipulation, you can always physically say no. And if you can physically say no, then you are not being manipulated. You're not being held at gunpoint, so you could have, you know, Nanoless could have said no to Red. She could have not canceled Silver's model. She could have not, you know, blacklisted these people. So if that's their point, then there needs to be a consistency when they accuse Shylily of manipulation. So, do the victims of Shylily have the autonomy to say no then? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but there needs to be a consistency in their argument. So, who was involved before anything was public? Nano was the source of all the Discord screenshots that were the starting point for all the claims that followed. She posted the first document. It's called the kettle manipulation? Really? Charlotte was the first person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. She was involved in everything from the start. Red's to Demon Slayer, your comment took me off. That's so funny. Red's message to Nano about Bao were the heart of their claims. She was included as soon as she was able after her surgery. She posted her document minutes after Nano. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shiley's knowledge of my private DMs with her about her concert. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shiley's knowledge of my private DMs with her about her concert. She also gave a list of people who were involved in her stream.
Oh brother, this guy stinks. This is legit the stupidest part of the document.
Oh really, Maki? You've read that part? Yes, I do. I think that Red stinks.
Also want to take an extra moment to just say thank you to Buff and Candy and Rose, Shia, Lily, Diana, Tricky, Yuzu, Bao, and Nano for just calling and talking and just for being together so we could ease our pain and discomfort.
Okay, it's the list of people she's talking about. The other 3 girly pops, I don't believe they were a major part of planning anything that happened and had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to help corroborate things the rest of them talked about. Buff Pup and the other 3 Vici Band members. Numi said that Buff and the other 3 Vici Band members were also included in their calls together. On Buff's stream, she basically said she and a lot of other people were involved before things were made public. The VOD of this stream was made private within a week or 2 of it happening. And Sacramore, Bao's video editor, Sac had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's. What Red said to Nano about Bao in January was about him too. Of these 12 people, no one contacted me before everything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterwards. I don't have evidence of anyone else being included on the list, although there's more people I suspect to have at least been aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in the planning themselves. I do not believe anyone else who was mentioned in Nano's document were involved at all in the planning of anything beforehand, including Cotton, Silverveil, and Spite. As Nano document states, their name was censored in it because none of them gave their consent for them to appear before it was posted. Seeing they all made it known their name were the ones censored shortly after. They must have only been contacted very shortly before it was posted. Cotton tweeted one of Nano's screenshots with her name uncensored about 2 hours after the document was posted, and Silverveil and Spite posted their own doc with Nano's screenshot about 14 and 8 hours after Nano's respectively. This is a timeline of what happened, starting with Fred's messages to Nano about Shiley on 4/11 and ending with Shiley's stream on 4/28. Red saw Nano working on a model for Shiley on her stream and messaged her about it. I rated Shiley for a second time in the past couple weeks, and she had another off-putting response to it. Then Red messaged Nano about Shiley again and talked about her behavior towards me recently. This was the last time Nano messaged either of us. Yeah, we just went through that section last stream. Hey, Riffrunner, how's it going? Nano showed Shiley the things Red said about her. She was the first person Nano spoke to about it. Shiley told Nano Red was manipulating her, leading to Nano leaking more of their DMs. Shiley told her to contact the people affected, including Bao. So what are these things linking to? Okay, timestamps.
Was a problem. Anyways, long story short, that was the one message that got everything rolling because I explained how that's weird. That's cringe and manipulative to do and bother Nano with. If she has a problem, why not come to me? And boy, that's where it started. That's where poor Nano realized that there is more such incidents.
Ah, yeah.
And if this is weird, she has critical thinking, and she's like, if this is weird, are the others also weird? The ones where she literally, on the screenshots, says she feels bad for doing all these things she's being asked to do? That's where it started. And obviously, me being a friend, I talked to Nano and I was like, Nano, I'm gonna be honest, some of the stuff you have here is heartbreaking. I'm thankful for you showing this to me, but I highly encourage you to share this with the people affected, especially Bao, but because, you know, that one nasty one where she sabotages Bao, especially that one. And Nano, the fucking giga chat she is, agreed. She agreed. So we made a group chat. Like a few days later, because Bao had surgery, so it took a while. We made a group chat. Can you imagine? That giga chat fucking whale comes out of surgery and has to deal with this.
I'm still upset about the Bao section. Holy shit, like I just can't believe that, you know, do you guys remember that Bao's doc was basically, like, I'm paraphrasing, but she said something like, this was the lowest time in my life, and I'm being kicked down by the people that I thought were my friends, and I may never recover from it. She said something like that. And because she was dealing with, what is it called, GMT, like the jaw pain. And then Red turns around and he's like, her entire section, he is just trashing her. He's shit-talking her in DMs, but even as writing the document, he is doubling down on it, calling her a whiny little bitch, basically, while she is depressed because of all the health issues she's dealing with. Saying she's complaining, she's not going to meet her friends. Like, yeah, of course. She was at the lowest time in her life. Like, kick me more while I'm down. He kicks her again in the doc. And then he posts that tweet. It's called TMG, okay. I messed up the syllables, the letters. And then he pulls up that tweet where she is like so depressed in it, so sad, to support his evidence, to call her like a whiny person that complains a lot. And then he's like trying to gaslight us as if we are one IQ into saying, well, I didn't say that her song flopped. That was her wording. That was her talking about herself. So yeah, she is down and they are kicking her while she's down. And he's like tripling down on it. Did they use her at her weakest moment? Yeah, they did. And they're still doing it now. And Sinder basically signed off on it because this is her document. Why would she allow that? Sorry. Tangent, but I'm like still upset about it. It was very petty. Anyway, okay, back to this. Fuck. This is about the Shiley thing. So, Nano shows the DMs of Red shit-talking Shiley to Shiley. And she's like, what the fuck? They speak, and then Nanoless is probably like, well, if he lied about this, I wonder what else he lied about. And then she probably goes around to check with the other people. And it leads to unearthing everything in the group, kind of connecting the dots, and seeing that there's a pattern of behavior there. Or not a pattern of behavior, but I guess it could apply here, but more like this is not the first time that it happened. Charlie said the screenshots Nano showed her were from a few days ago when she saw them. She said this was what started it all. Speculation. Okay, this is the rat. Whether Nano decided to show Shy Lily more of her messages with Fred herself, or Shy Lily actually asked if Fred ever said anything about anyone else, I can't say for certain, but I can't rule out the possibility. How much of the context and content of her message Nano showed to Shy Lily is also unknown. Shy Lily convinced Nano she was being lied to, used, and manipulated. Shy Lily could have also instructed Nano to end contact and cut ties with Fred and I, who she warned would continue to lie and manipulate her if she didn't. High on caffeine, I will probably do a recap of the strongest points in the video and what I believe, maybe at the end, yeah. So, okay. It's funny because they're both, she's like fighting with Shy Lily on who's gonna manipulate Nano less better here in this section. This is what I feel like I'm reading right now. I messaged Boeska. Dude, it's funny, like the people that think that Nanoless could not be manipulated, but then at the same time will claim that Nanoless is spineless. I think everybody here can agree that, I'm sorry to say that to Nanoless, but that she's quite spineless. She's not like somebody that's very strong-willed. And then they're like, no, but she could have never been manipulated. Like, what do you mean? And then, like, if you look back at the Nanoless section, there's only 2 times that she stands up to Red, and she immediately folds after. She's literally a wet towel, yes. So, and the 2 times that she stands up to Red, it's after seeking a second opinion. She's like, oh, I spoke to my artist friends. They said that this wasn't really fair. But then she speaks to Red, and she immediately folds. And if we, and we don't know her at all. Like, we have never spoken to Nanoless, right? I don't think anybody here has. Just from reading these screenshots, we concluded that she is weak-willed and, sorry to say, spineless again. Imagine how much that would have came through to Red. I feel like he smelled weakness and he like went for it. He like angled for it. And I had a...
Not to defend Sinder, but a thought. How long has Red has been flying, gaslighting and manipulating Sinder? Battered housewife syndrome?
I look, Enubatan. This is super rat. This is my rat, okay? Yeah, this is pure speculation what I'm about to do here. But I don't doubt that, like, Cinder probably fucking dumped him after this, and he, like, begged her to take her back. Like, oh, baby, please, I'll restore your reputation. I'll write this Google Doc for you. They lied to you. I did not manipulate her. Yada, yada, yada. But then again, there are a few things that Cinder says in the document that is also, like, making me not trust her completely, because literally everything that has evidence to support that she cannot refute because too many things came out on, everything that has evidence, she's agreeing to it. But every single thing that doesn't have evidence, she's refuting. She's like, oh, I forgot about this. Red never told me. Or like the Numi concert, Red put it in the calendar, but I didn't see it. So it's just like, it's very convenient and it's making me doubt her a little more. But again, it's like, I can't prove it and I have no proof of this. But this is also what they're banking on. Nobody can refute it. And at one point, there is one point where she shows that there are DMs between her and Red. So they do message each other, but they never show those DMs. And you know, I don't know if you guys remember, I think it's in the Nanoless section, she's like does a search in her own DMs with Nano, where she looks up Cotton or Bao's name. And 0 results came up. But why doesn't she show us the DMs between her and Red and show us that search result instead? That would have been much more impactful. I messaged Boyska since I haven't heard from Charlotte directly in weeks. He implied that she'd be too busy to plan anything with me anytime soon. I think Boyska is like Charlotte's manager here. I messaged Nano for the last time, asking her to come on my stream again. She never replied. Akira, Nano's new manager, messaged Red about Nano parting ways with us due to artistic burnout. Red messaged Akira again for more clarification on what was happening with Nano. Oh, yes, I remember those. I think Nano had the most to gain from this situation because Charlotte is already Dude, Nano is making bank already. Like, she was already very popular. Nano did not message Bao. Charlotte did instead, telling her they needed to talk. Bao told Charlotte she wasn't in the right head space and to wait until after her surgery. However, it was rescheduled for Monday. They did not talk until after Bao recovered from surgery. So, I think one problem with that thing, Demon Slayer, is that when you do call out posts like this or Google Docs, you never really know how it's gonna go. You don't really know how the public's gonna react. Sure, you put the thought out there, but then it takes a mind of its own. It creates like a monster that keeps going, right? And we can see that in the past few months, how, you know, it's been an ongoing discussion, even though most of the people involved have removed themselves from the situation, including Sinder. So it's a very risky coin flip. Like, I would never be like, I need to take down this person because I will gain like a business advantage doing so. Because actually, you don't know that you're gonna come out of this on top. You never know. And Cinder was pretty big back then too. They did mention being scared putting this out, and I get it. So yeah, like it ended up working out for them, but they also like received a lot of shit for it too. And looking back at how much shit they got, especially Nanoless, would she redo it all again? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know if it was worth it. Really? You had never heard of her? I had heard of her because she's been involved in a few things on the channel so far. But then here we have heard of everybody. You gotta hang out with us more. Okay, Nano did not message Bao. Charlotte did instead, telling her they needed to talk. Bao told Charlotte she was in the right headspace and to wait until after her surgery. However, it was rescheduled for Monday. They did not talk until Bao recovered from surgery. Speculation. Nano could have messaged Bao about this too, like Charlotte suggested it, but apparently didn't. Charlotte was the one to reach out to Bao to tell her this information. Why? Oh, I don't know, maybe because they're friends, maybe because Charlotte is not like spineless and weak-willed. She seems like Charlotte would not have gotten manipulated by Red, for example. I don't think she would have let it get that far. Sometimes between these dates was when my other friend first were informed and got involved on what was happening. A few of them had plans to go to a Ren fair between the 18th and 20th. Red and I were originally supposed to go to, but had to cancel because of family plans for Easter. I don't think Charlotte would have told any of them about this while on their trip between these dates. The last message from any of my friends was from Numi in our DMs on the night of the 21st. It was uncharacteristically short. Hi Numi, hope you're feeling okay. Lately I've seen you tweeting about your asthma. I want to see how you were. I hope Ren Fair was a fun time for everyone too. Thank you, Cinder. Slowly just getting back to breathing normally again. Okay, every time I drink this fucking this Lipton green tea, it makes my stomach like actually nauseous. I don't know why. Red treating this VTuber business like Game of Thrones espionage. Bro thinks he's Littlefinger or some shit. I've read that the, what is it called, like the tannin sometimes can be bad for your stomach lining, and it's true that I didn't eat before this, so I probably shouldn't have drank this on an empty stomach. But it's always with that Lipton green tea. But I have a huge box from it that I need to like get through. I feel bad like throwing them away. Anyway, fuck it. Rima, focus. We need to pass a Lara today. On her stream, Buff said, with the fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something, and we all went to said person and say, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this, and we said, okay, girl, like you go do that, and we'll be there to support it. The way Buff said this implies that my friend all knew about what happened before. The person who was affected, Bao, was even involved because of her surgery. A lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. Isn't talking about saying something publicly, because right after, Buff said they asked that person what they wanted to do about the situation, which Bao revealed was her choice. The VOD of the stream was made private in a week or two of it happening. Okay, but I believe that Bao probably said that, yes. I sent my last message to Shy Lily to talk about whatever was going on between us. She never replied. That's the screenshot of the Shy Lily segment, okay. Red sent a final message to Akira about Nano. We've seen that too. And then Bao underwent her surgery and started recovery. Bao finally talked with Shy Lily about what was going on, and they made a group chat to gather evidence, corroborate stories, and plan a document together. Bao's editor Sacramore was involved sometime after this, most likely by her. Bao's document said, I found out about this less than 48 hours ago. At the time, it was posted on the night of the 25th PST. And Lily said this was 5 days before her stream on the 20th. 5 days before the 20th, so on the 23rd. And then Bao said it was 48 hours before the 25, so that makes sense.
Hey Rima, you, Elfpire and Mama Akko should have a collab round table over the Sinder doc, and the three of you can give the final verdict over this scandal. You three might be the only ones left who can.
I think I'll pass. It's possible that Bao's other editors, including my own video editor, may have known about this ahead of time too. Oh wait, I skipped a part. No, I didn't. Who's Bao's other editor? Nano's, Bao's, and Sacramore's document were posted within the same 23-minute span. Nano's at 1:42 a.m. EST. Bao just 6 minutes later at 1:48 a.m. EST. And Sacramore 17 minutes after that at 2 a.m. EST. Sometime during this, both Fred and I sent separate messages to Nano that were soon deleted, followed by her blocking us. Their document were posted together in the middle of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when it happened. Yeah, I think the Professor Key needs to watch my video that I made to understand why. I wouldn't have a chance to do or say anything to anyone before their narrative about me was widespread out of Shy Lily's fear of me manipulating my way out of it. Shortly before, Cotton, Silvervale, and Spite were contacted about their inclusion, possibly encouraged to make their own statements, evident by their names still being censored in Nano's document when it was posted, but Cotton tweeting one of Nano's uncensored screenshots just 2 hours after. And Silver's and Spite document posted the next day, including Nano's DM screenshots too, with their own names uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano, but I believe by Shy Lily, just like Bao was. Yeah, I think everybody has insecurity, guys. It's more about how you decide to act on it. If you decide to yield to the feeling or not, if you decide to, you know, shove it down and try to do the right thing. I think this is what distinguishes somebody who tries to do the right thing from another. I had a fight and falling out with Fred before 3:29 a.m. EST, which led to me firing him at 4:24 a.m. EST. The document and statement posted by others throughout April 26th and 27th weren't pre-planned alongside Nano's Bao and Sacramore, so I won't list them here. So I posted my apology at 4:16 p.m. EST. Bao replied to my apology with her own post at 5:22 p.m. EST, and then Shy Lily replied directly to my apology at 6:41 p.m. EST. Bao streamed that night to talk about everything, then Buff Buff had her stream, Shy Lily had her stream, Numi had her stream, everyone else streamed their thoughts throughout the rest of the week. Thank you, Dennis. The first thing that needs to be addressed is Nano's new manager, whose messages were shown at the end of Nano's section, who is Akira, and how did they get involved? It's very hard to believe that they were ever actually Nano's manager, so how are they connected and how did they get in contact with Fred? Akira is the game director of Colonel Hearts and founder of the game studio Ephemera Game in Argentina. Oh, okay. Akira follows Nanoless, but nowhere on their page does it say anything about Nanoless. Nano does not follow Akira, and nowhere on her page or website does it say anything about Akira being her manager or business contact either. They never interacted on Twitter either. Mio, Nano's husband, who always acted as her manager, is present on Nano's profile. However, Momotex follows Akira, as the screenshot above shows. Momotex above. This person, artist, streamer, okay. Momo is the lead artist of Akira's upcoming game, Colonel Hearts, and is also from Argentina. Momo is also close friends with Nano, who she saw IRL on June 2nd, 2025, 5 days after I posted my apology on April 27, and a week after Nano posted her document. I don't know if Nano knew Akira already, but Momo is the only connection I could find between them. In the past, but wait, Nano's in Brazil, right? They're in Argentina? Brazil mentioned. Oh, they're next to each other? Okay. Okay. So maybe they met up. Okay, yes, I'm wondering the same, Siphonit. I don't know why this Akira thing is a big deal, but let's see where this is going. Maybe they will have a conclusion. To me, I don't fucking care if Akira was not her manager, because I'm like, dude, we've seen how easily Nano falls, man. Like, if Nano spoke to Red after this, he for sure, he would have made Play-Doh with her. He would have folded her in 4 times. Like, she would have ended up in a box. Yeah, I am freed, but we didn't get much through at all. because we were talking about abroad in Japan. Like, no shot Nanoless could have faced Red to tell him that he wasn't gonna work on anything. Like, nah, dude. Nah, dude. Every time she's tried to stand up to him so far, she immediately folded. She's... I don't know how old she is. Confidence is something that you do gain with experience. I used to be like a lot less confident, TBH. Okay. Okay, in the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things Red had said to her. Yes, the artist friend and stuff. In November 2023, it was Nano's friend who told her that it was unfair to Nano to only work with us. That is something that Nano was confused about, and then something Red said to her. Yeah, it's every time Nano gets a second opinion, that's when she realizes that, that's when she, like, tries to stand up to them. I think as an artist, you shouldn't worry about drama too much.
How many artists do you think will be willing to work with Sinder?
I mean, I think Nanoless probably won't, but like... I don't know. But personally, I don't like working with artists that take sides on these type of situations. So I feel like it'd be silly to turn down a Sinder commission. Like, one of my friends, Chaudra, is drawing like a Sinder fan art. And I think that's fine. And yeah. But like, personally, this is why I only work with Japanese artists, because they are very professional. Yes, the ones I want to get paid and don't have personal connections to any of the injured parties. Good. Yes, good answer, as a Monra. I think this is where I'm standing too. Maybe people that are close, like to Shy Lily and stuff like that, like maybe like artists like Twintail won't take Cinder's work, for example. I'm just naming that off the top of my head. But other artists who aren't close to these girls, then I don't see why not. So I ask help from my friends, they don't know it's you. In a conversation from 11/28/2024, that wasn't shown in Nano's section. Nano was shown to be leaking private artwork she was working on from my upcoming debut to her friend. My friend did this. Aram? Are you leaking all over the damn place? Oh my goodness, Nanoless. Oh, because she added the Aram. After speaking to Shy Lily about Red, could Nano have gone to her friend Momo, who connected her with Akira to play the role as her manager to Red? Akira was someone Red and I didn't know, and now we know Red's conversation with him wasn't genuine, evident by what happened after, but also the fact Nano removed evidence of her ever being in the chat to begin with. She then made Red the group leader before leaving. To leave a Discord group you own, you need to manually choose someone to be the leader. She did not choose her manager Akira in this chat, supposedly about her commissions. She chose Red to make it look like it was his group all along. But why does that... Wait, why does that matter? And that was never a part of it, because their actual goal was to separate us from Nano altogether. So why was this done, and why do I think this was only after Nano spoke to Shy Lily? Yes, I also want to know that. Like, I'm wondering where is this going? Nano avoided ever communicating directly with either Red or I again after 4/12/2025, and I don't believe she would have gone through this effort with Akira on her own. Everything started when Shy Lily told Nano that the things Red said about her were all lies and manipulation. Wouldn't it be likely that at some point Shy Lily would suggest or direct Nano to separate herself from Red and I to avoid being further lied to and manipulated? Yes, I think it would be likely, but also so fucking what? I don't get it. Why is that a problem? It's funny they complain about the leak, but look at the difference in how the friend acts. They make a meme with that information, but Red starts writing a blacklist. True. Nano then needed to find someone neither Red or I knew to separate us, since she couldn't do it herself, the same way she couldn't contact Bao herself, and Shy Lily had to do it for her. Yeah. Shy Lily needs, Nano needs to grow a backbone. Nano's message screenshot, time zones, and context. Speculation. Before going over Nano's document, we discovered that some of Nano's screenshots are dated in 2 different time zones relative to EST. Some are 1 hour ahead and some 2 hours ahead. For a screenshot to show this, Nano's account would have to have been physically logged in 2 different time zones when taking them sometimes between... Okay, is this... Was Red in the trenches going around and looking what all the Sinder defenders were like spewing on social media to write this part? Because I feel like there's a lot of things that sounds like deja vu. Nano would have had no reason to have these screenshots from conversations years apart and years earlier already taken before Red spoke to her on 4/12/2025. And must have had at least some taken during the same time as her conversation with Shy Lily just days later to show her. This is the first screenshot shown in Nano's doc about the exclusivity deal. The first message is timestamped at 8:29 p.m. Wait, that's false theory, really? I think part of this was debunked by daylight saving. Brazil doesn't have it. This is the first screenshot shown in Nano's document about the exclusivity deal. The first message is timestamped at 8:29 p.m. This is Nano's message in Red's DM, shown at 6:29 p.m. EST. Nano's screenshot is 2 hours ahead of EST. I feel like they're gonna lose me here with the fucking time zones and numbers. So it's 2 different time zones in EST? 8:29 p.m. and 6:29 p.m.
I stand by what I said in my original super chat. Lily should do to Sinder and Red what she did to that train toilet.
wait, what train toilet again? I forgot. Wait, what train toilet? Where? What? Skibidi? Skibidi toilet? Oh no, not the toilet that Shy Lily destroyed in the train. Nah, why did you remind us of this? Oh, this is cursed. This is cursed. I don't want to think of... No. This is one of the screenshots about Shy Lily in Nano's document. The first message shows 10:16 p.m. Here's the message in Red's DM showing 9:16 p.m. EST. Nano's screenshot is only 1 hour ahead. If Nano was the one who took all of her own screenshots herself in the same 2-week span from 4/12/2025 to 4/26/2025, this discrepancy shouldn't exist. This shows Nano likely wasn't acting alone when taking screenshots of her own DM that were shown in her document. Here's a list of dates and topics of the screenshots that appear in Nano's doc, and the time difference to EST. I've also listed which conversations were shown in full and which are missing context in her document. Oh, so... are they gonna say that, like, Shy Lily wrote the doc? Is that where this is going? That, like, she logged in on her account and, like, took the screenshots herself? They're responding to fan rats, not the important accusations? Okay, yeah. Does not show the full conversation, everything that was said about Spite. Does not show the full conversation or anything about the previous conversation about Silverville. Yeah, we already know that Nano had helped doing the doc because doesn't it just say that in the Shiley clip that they like, you know, were talking all together in a group chat and exchanging info? Counter argument time zones, we have 6 in Canada. They would have to log into their account. Yeah. So this was debunked with daylight saving, right? This is 2 hours ahead. Excluding is just business. Not sure the full conversation. Also missing the context. 2 hours ahead. Exclusivity is just business. Not OZM with me. Does not show the full context, but missing the concept of anything. I like the exclusivity thing. Is funny too. Do I even want to get into that right now, or should I just save it for the recap? I feel like some part of the document literally like contradicted the first page of the document. But the first page was so long ago in our memory that like everybody forgot about it. But it's like, when they talk about exclusivity, for example, they're like, in the first bullet points, she literally states that Red and I agreed to talk with Nano about exclusivity, including not to work with Silverveil specifically on any more models in Gen 2025. So, Red and Sinder had spoken to each other. They knew they were gonna bring it up to Silverveil. But then Silverveil like speaks the words first, and they're like, aha! See? She brought it up first. She brought it up first. It's totally on her, but it's like, what do you mean? You guys agreed to it. You were angling on that from the get-go. You just admitted to it here. Does not show the full conversation. Doesn't show any of the vital context from conversation of 7, 26, 20. Okay, I feel like I will need to like go each one by one and check all of these again. But maybe we can do that when we do the recap after we're done fucking looking through everything. Or maybe they'll do it for us here. Let's see. Breaking down Nano's doc. Nano's story in her document was the basis for any information from anyone else involved being made public, with her DMs being the source of many of the claims made. How else could anyone come out publicly and use Nano's message with my manager as evidence unless she was a victim herself? Nano lied to my friends and lied to the public, saying that what was presented in her document was what truly happened. Let's go through Nano's document piece by piece. Hello, I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt. Okay, we know this tweet. I wanted to share my experience with Sinder and Red manipulating me, using me, and dragging me into drama while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her closest friends. Not only do I no longer wish to work with Sinder, but I want to share what I've endured over the years and shed light on what she has been doing behind people's back to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. I struggled a lot with writing this document. I wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout, but I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Sinder.
They want to insinuate that Shiley did the screenshots, yet the time zone diff would be greater than 1 hour as she's in Germany.
Oh, that's what they're insinuating. That, okay. Yes, true. Be sure to throw out your tea, wash the cup, and get a new one if it's making you sick. Yeah, I stopped drinking it. I don't want to, because I've actually thrown up from that before. I wanted to share my experience with Sinder and Red manipulating me. Nano wasn't manipulated to do anything she didn't want to at any point in any conversation, Red or I. Treating Nano well over the years we've worked with her is not manipulation. Red gossip... Okay. I'm gonna break this down. I'm gonna break down your breakdown. How about that? I hate the fact that they spent so much time in their document showcasing how much they cared about Nano and how well they are treating her, to try to debunk the fact that it's not manipulation. The fact that you guys were close with Nano only made your manipulation stronger, because she trusted you to have her best interest in mind. Like, and then they go and they spend sections being like, oh my god, she's I've had her symbol in my background art and shit like that. And then when they talk about like Silvervale, oh sorry, Kenan, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Juan?
The fact they bring in speculation in here and provide nothing but a small detail to weave a narrative is the most damning thing in here.
Yes, yes. And then, what else did I want to say? Shit, I lost my train of thought. I was talking about them treating her well. Oh, yes, 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 yes. And then during this, the fucking Silvervale bit with Nano and Red, he's like, oh, well, Silver, I don't know, she doesn't really care about, like, he's like kind of insinuating that Silver doesn't really care about her. She's not responding to you. But we don't just care about your art, Nano. We care about you specifically. And then what is it exactly? Like, she cancels Silver's model, and then out of the blue, Sinder wakes up conveniently at that time to message Nano to tell her how much she cares about her as a person and not just for her art. Like, we are not like the others. We care about you. We have your best interest in mind. And then when Nano goes to talk to Silver about how Red has made her feel uncomfortable, about his comment about like too many nano bebes means, you know, they feel less valuable. She's like, she's telling her that it doesn't feel right to her to cancel these models or to exclude these VTubers from working with her. But the way Sinder responds there, I found it was also disgenuine, because it was kind of like she did like an all or nothing response. She was like, I need to pull up the screenshot, but I don't want to like lose my page, and we can do a recap of all of that at the end with like the right screenshots. She says something like, well, I understand if like you don't want to work with me, like I love you, I love your art, we've done all of this together so far, but if you don't want to work, if you don't want me to be one of your babies anymore, I understand. And it's like, that's not even what Nano's saying. She's doing this like it's an all or nothing like ultimatum. That's guilt tripping. That is literally guilt tripping. And if it's guilt tripping, then that's manipulation. It's just textbook manipulation. So Red expressing his opinion without asking her to make any changes in her work is not manipulation. Both of us sympathizing with her point of view on different occasions is not manipulation. Yeah, on its own, it's not. Red reassuring Nano about her wanting to cancel models, no matter whose it was, is not manipulation. Bro, shut the fuck up. Red telling Nano about what he had against Bao after she asked him to explain it to her is not manipulation. And Sinder admits to guilt tripping at the start of the doc too. Oh, you're so fucking right. Yes. You are so fucking right. Guilt tripping Nano. Feeling overly attached to Nano and her work. Agreeing with Fred to talk with Nano about exclusivity. Agreeing to specifically name Silvervale in the terms, and knowing a deal involving her was made. And also there, I guilt tripped Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but still sided with her. So, like, if people go around, yeah, exactly, they're denying manipulation, but she literally admits it. And then this part of the document also denies it. Red and Nano negotiating a mutually agreed upon deal is not manipulation. That's the exclusivity part that I already spoke about. They're trying to hide behind this wording. And I don't like that. Using me. Nano was never used. She was cherished work partner and friend to both me and Red. We both did everything we could for her, and I praised her countless times on stream and to her friends. And dragging me into drama, Nano never had a problem with Red gossiping to her about drama. She had no problem talking about the drama about Bao in January or about Shiley in April. I wish he'd showed the screenshot where they're talking about a Silvervale. Was it between her and Sinder? I'm like, I know all the screenshots by heart now, and it's like kind of pathetic. But she's like, I don't want to be dragged into drama, and then Sinder immediately starts talking about Silver again and drags her into drama again, and they're forcing her to pick sides. They're not forcing her at gunpoint. She can always physically say no. But what is like manipulation at the end of the day? Let's say, okay, let's take an example. For example, okay, let's say it's a secretary working with a boss, and her boss is her boss is asking her out on a date. She could always physically say no, but he's putting her in a situation where there could be a lot of negative consequences to saying no. And in a regular setting where these consequences wouldn't exist, she maybe would have made another decision, but being faced with all these negative consequences, she feels pressure to agree to the date. Because of the implication. That is like a case of manipulation. Anyway, I think you guys get the point. The only person Nano got tired of hearing about and wanted nothing to do with the drama related to her was Silvervale because of her own relationship with her. I'll slap you about Silvervale, it's whatever I guess. Forget about her, I swear. Is this about Silver's model? Nano, yeah. Sinder, just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since I've talked about that with Fred. But I just don't want to be dragged on any personal issues like that. After all, Silver is still a client, and it makes me anxious and kind of destroys my mental health to do this kind of deal. Just wanted to let you know I still love working with you and Red Ball, and said these things doesn't work out because of Silver. Yo, show the rest of this! Show your response, Sinder. Show your response to this. While sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were her close friends. The only person Red had a hand in sabotaging was Bao. When Nano offered it to him that she'd cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying by her own model rigging, he didn't go into the conversation with Nano, looking to have anything cancelled with Nano. He wanted to prevent Bao from working with her because of his own opinion as part of an exclusivity deal. He told Nano never mind when finding out about her model. Before Nano said it was okay and inquired further before she offered to cancel it.
Cinder can't, it's devastating to her narrative.
Yes, I really wish she didn't release this document. Red didn't lie about anyone he talked to Nano about, not Spite, Silver, Bao, or Shy Lily. Even if some things he said could have been wrong, everything he said to her was based on his own opinion, experience, and observation, and what he generally believed to be true. Yeah, it's funny, they keep This is their argument. It's like, Red has autonomy, Red is his own person, he has his own thoughts. The same way my friend said how they thought Red and I worked together at home and about what they were led to believe happened. He did not maliciously lie about anyone to sabotage them. Oh, we're getting a raid. Yeah, he's always doubling down. Wait, Goblin Raid, is it on the Twitch side? Let me pull this up. I'm a best bull VTuber. I see what you did here. Hey, Raiders! Xander Darkade, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. We are going just through part 5 of the Sinder document. So grab a seat, grab a drink. What were we at? Didn't lie about anyone he talked to, Nanobot, not Spite, Silver Bow, or Shy Lily. Well, I don't know. I feel like he lied about Bow. Like... even if it's a headcanon and it's fan fiction, it's not the truth of what happened. Like, it wasn't based on facts. So he lied. I want to share what I've endured over the years. You've seen what Nano had to endure over the years in her section of the document. Wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout. This is the only time burnout is mentioned in Nano's doc, even though there was the entire reason her manager Akira told Red she wanted to stop working together about a week earlier. If Nano genuinely felt this way, then she showed no sign of it to either of us, including in her last message to us. And she's just always talking about workload, but burnout can be other things related, like burnout can, it's not just about having a lot of work, it's also about for me at least, it's about like things that happen that don't make you feel good, that sap your happiness, that sap your passion about working. Yes, the big update. Have we seen the screenshots? This is the last... okay, this is their last interaction together. The last time she implied feeling burnt out was 7 months earlier in September 2024 when she cancelled 7 models herself. I'm freaking out with comms and I think I just want to do Cinder stuff. I'm canceling shit. I need my freedom. The one and only time Nano specifically said she was feeling burnout to Red was in May of 2024, almost an entire year earlier. Nano never expressed to me directly that she ever felt this way. I'm having a small burnout feeling. Okay. I mean, maybe she never expressed it to you, so what? I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Cinder. This is an interesting thing to say after knowing the full context. In Nano's DMs, actually, after knowing the full context of Nano's DMs with Red, I am more convinced that Nano was manipulated. Because before we didn't have this context, and this document is the biggest self-report I have ever seen in like the 2 years I've been doing this. How many lies are present in this document to manipulate the narrative to the public, and the fact... Are you talking about your own document right now? And the fact that my friends were lied to and manipulated to support her. Based on working with Redacted, Red, Cinder's manager, and Cinder over the years, I am sure they speak for each other and there is no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. That was an assumption made to pin all the blame for Red's words and actions on me, and there was no way Nano or anyone else could definitely say that in every single instance this was the case. It's not true. She's right that no one could definitely say that this is the case and that it's not true. And I think a lot of her argument is conveniently hinging on that. The only evidence shown to argue this case was of 3 total screenshots of my DMs with Nano that were from 2 conversations almost 2 years apart from each other, where I was told more or less what happened between her and Red beforehand. Nano's entire document purposely refers to both Red and I as one throughout it to push this assumption necessary to make the narrative as fast. Guys, with how much Red loves fucking yapping and opening his mouth and talk shitting about other people, bro gets animated when he is shitting on other people. Like, it seems like this is where he's the happiest, like he's thriving. Do you guys actually believe that he hasn't yapped like that to Sinder? That he hasn't bragged about his achievement to Sinder? I find it hard to believe. When he was her manager at the time and her boyfriend. English is not being my first language and language barrier. I discuss the situation, my feelings and thoughts with native English speakers who help me put them into words so everything is clarified and misunderstood to the lack of English skills. An excuse as to why this document is not written like Nano would, and evidence that she did not write or put it together herself. I mean, this document doesn't seem like it's written by Sinder either, TBH. Like, we've never heard Sinder talk like that too. I think it's fine to collaborate with other people on a document. With all like big Google Docs that I've dropped over the years, usually you get the opinion of other people before publishing it. In psychology, manipulation is defined as an action designed to influence or control another person, usually in an underhanded or subtle manner, which facilitates one's personal aims. Okay, wait, that's pretty good. Thank you for that, Brizzix. All right, so we're kind of on track with the dictionary definition, I feel. Okay. Below you see what presented first in Nano's document is what happened regarding Bao, not by talking about herself or the alleged abuse she experienced, or what happened first I'm bugging on this word. Chronologically. Nano is on record saying she doesn't care about Bao, so it's puzzling why she chose to do this herself. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Well, I think she was talking about their models, but whatever. Even if she says she doesn't really care about them personally, that opinion was influenced by what Red told them. The drama with Cotton, and then the Bao thing. And before breaking down this section about Bao, I also need to point out the problem with the presentation of her model cancellation in Nano's document. Bao's model was cancelled once in August of 2024 because Nano was overwhelmed for workload.
Useful government Twitch name Reema, oh god.
Thank you. I will use the full government Twitch name when I receive the raids. Nano was agreeing to deal with Red. Nano's document misled you into believing all of Red's messages about Bao and her model are from one time, never specifying a difference in the presentation of messages that were over 5 months apart, but placing the DMs from January 2025 right before August 2024. It then deceitfully manipulates this message to leave out vital context and misconstrue what actually happened in each case. I feel like I need to reread that part. Bao's model was cancelled once in August in 2024 because Nano was overwhelmed for workload, and then again in Jan 2025 due to her agreeing in her deal with Red. Nano documents misleads you into believing all of Red messages about Bao and her model are from one time, never specifying a difference in the presentation of messages that were over 5 months apart, but placing the DMs from January 2025 right before August 2024. It then deceitfully manipulates the message to leave out vital context and misconstrue what actually happened in each case. But wait, in 2025, they canceled Bao's model because of the quote-unquote exclusivity deal. Except it wasn't really an exclusivity deal. It was just a blacklist deal. No? Or am I missing something? Because Nanoless never states in her document that going exclusive is bad. And also, yes, exactly like Hooligan is saying in chat, more self-reporting, the manipulation tactics employed are much worse given they took place over months instead of a few days. And okay. Maybe they'll show us screenshots if I keep reading. Slandering other creators. I will start with screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators and spreading rumors while manipulating me that it's all in our best interest. In addition to spreading ill rumors, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. The screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation, immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decision regarding commissions. Wait, Nanoless document is right on, actually. She's right on it. The first time was a manipulation to get Nano to stop work on Bao. That was the context. The second time was a blacklist against Bao. Yeah, both look awful, even with context. Yeah, exclusivity isn't bad. Like, they're calling it exclusivity in the doc, but let's be real, it's blacklisting. If it was exclusive, it would be like what Sacramore did with Bao. He would tweet about it. Hey, I'm going in-house. I'm not going to be taking any other clients. Could Nanoless ever tweet about it? I think she does bring up exclusivity, and they're like, oh, no, we don't want that. They wanted exclusivity, but they didn't want to pay for it. And then she's like, if you want my exclusivity deal, she's like, I'm going to calculate a monthly fee because, you know, if I'm only working with you, I'm going to be losing some payments. I need to, you know, make up my month. And then they're like, oh, no, we don't want that. Just don't work with these three. So that's blacklisting. And like, the way Bao and her editor did it, that's the kosher way to do things. Nano could have never gone and went public with this or tweeted about it officially. She would always have to, like, find excuses to cancel models with these three girls that they blacklisted instead. It would always have to come down to, I have too much work, I can't take this, blah, blah, blah. So that was the stuff listed in Nano's document. That's what she had a problem with. She didn't have the problem of just an exclusivity deal. So them that they keep bringing up, oh, she brought up exclusivity first, well, that wasn't like one of the initial points. Yes, and yeah, if you are exclusive, it requires way more money than regular work. Spreading rumors while manipulating me that it's all in our best interest. Nowhere in the screenshot presented does Red say to Nano that anything would be all in our best interest. Red has never said anything like this to Nano? No, but you say that we care about you. It's implied, though. We care about you. We don't care just about your art. If you do this, then you won't be able to work on your content creation. If you do this, then, oh, Nanoless self-improvement arc 2026, so it's delayed till next year. You take on these models, you're not going to be able to work on your content, but me and Sinder are here to work for you, to help you with that, as long as you keep working on Cinder's model. And this is in the screenshot, as long as you keep working on Cinder's model, by the way. I didn't just paraphrase that. They also complained and accused Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. Red did not make this claim against Bao and said nothing about our video editor not having time for new clients. Our editor wasn't seeking to take on more clients and was content editing for me and Bao only. This is what he said, which is what the screenshot below showing her doc. They also complained and accused Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients. And this couldn't have been confused with Bao's editor, not only because she specified she was talking about her editor and what was written, but because Red's DM specify our editor and her editor as different people in the same conversation as shows next. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago. Her editor met us at TwitchCon. This claim was only made to push the false narrative we're maliciously overworking Nano, which I brought up later in the doc. Hold up. I feel like... I need a bookmark here. Where's the bookmark thing? Oh. They never wanted exclusivity because when Nano asked, they declined, and that was part of her problem repeatedly. Yeah. Have people mentioned that overwhelming people with facts is also a form of manipulation? That is true. People have mentioned that. What does he say exactly about Bao's editor? I'm trying to find the part where he tells her about the tea. You shouldn't be. She has so many connections, she'll find someone super fast. Don't sell yourself short. See, don't sell yourself short. I think she'll be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price if she starts shit. Doesn't that imply, like, you know, the best interest in mind? And then Cinder's model conveniently gets like pushed up 2 months before. No. Where's the DM where he talks shits about Bao? Because I want to read that again. That's the Sacramore bit. Hey Wolf, no worries.
No, I missed the start and I'm out. ATM loudly, crying,
Thank
face,
you.
sob loudly, crying, face, sob.
Where's the DM where they talk shit about Bao? Do you have any ideas how little that narrows it down? This one, okay, but like, let me tell you the tea about the MV thing. Bao had original songs idea that had MVs by her editor, and the songs flopped. This is the part that Red's trying to make us convince us that that was Bao's wording, not his. He didn't actually think that her songs flopped. Her editor met us at TwitchCon and was saying that he'd love to work with us, practically jumping through hoops to get something planned. We managed to have him squeeze the Boss Rush MV between this work with Bao. He says he loved working on it, he's super excited to work on the next MV project. Boss Rush songs blow up, and he's credited as the editor. I ask him when he's free to do the next project, and all of a sudden he changes his mind and is only working with Bao going forward, no explanation. There's some context missing since we know how Bao is behind the scene. But basically, we don't have an MV editor now for our next Boss Rush project. We think Bao got pissed that her editor did an original song MV for her friend without her knowing, and it did 100 times better than her original songs last year. So he does think her songs flopped, by the way, I just realized that. And she locked him up so no one else could work with him. And she locked him up so no one else could work with him. And then had him make it public on Twitter that he was only working with her going forward. It reads like a hostage note. No one decides to do this on their own. This was 2 weeks after Boss Rush came out. And now she's barking up the tree of our L2D animators. So like, and you and a nano model, it's so annoying. Okay, back to the bookmark. Red now made this claim against Bao and said nothing about our video editor not having time for new clients. Our editor wasn't seeking to take on more clients and was content editing for me and Bao only. So they're not talking about the MV editor here? They're talking about another video editor? And this couldn't have been confused with Bao's editor at all because she specified she was I'm so confused about this. I thought Nanoless was talking about Sacramore here. The screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation immediately followed by spreading rumors and lies to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. Here's a direct claim of manipulation by Nano, with screenshots evidence presented. However, when you have the full context, you can see the affection and appreciation Red showed was in response to Nano's own message that were purposely cut from the document. Why weren't these messages shown? I'd rather work with Sinder than Bao. Don't worry, being Sinder's mom means a lot to me. Well, we love working with you. Sinder wouldn't be Sinder without Nano. She should have shown these messages. Imo. Because it doesn't make Red look better. And I think she was scared of showing this part, but I think it's worse not showing it. I like how the expression, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, works great here because I assume Bao was jealous and manipulative because they are. True. Next are 3 screenshots from January 2025 presented in her document. As you saw in Nano's section, this was not the beginning of Red's conversation with Nano about their exclusive deal, but this is where it was chosen to start. The message have been purposefully manipulated to remove context, so I've added back what was missing in their message between these images, highlighted with a wide border. I've done so for the rest of their document too. I've also dated each non-sequential screenshot Nano presented in EST, like they're dated in red screenshot to show when each one happened. The chronology of events was disregarded in her document to push its narrative. I've also labeled the difference in time in the screenshot compared to EST due to the time zone discrepancy I talked about. Let me drink some water. Yeah, I agree, Fried. She should have left the message because it allows them to muddy the water and it allows the people to say she edited the DMs. And then they'll be like, look, she edited the DM. Throw the entire thing away. There is one thing. There is one mistake. There's one word that doesn't coincide. Throw the entire thing away. The first image shown in Nano's document has Red's message about Cotton edited out of it. Nano, having no relationship with Cotton, would have had no reason to do this herself, and this message was included in the screenshot Bao's doc. Nano said, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. I think... Yes, I don't... That... But like she says here, she had no reason to edit this out. Like, this doesn't bring Nano any benefit. I think she just... I believe she just didn't want to bring another name and drama into this. However, the way Nano should have done this is simply censor that sentence instead of like copy pasting and making it look like it's one screenshot, because obviously the other party has the full screenshot. So don't do that, because then it allows them to muddy the water like they're doing right now. Again, it's all secret talk. I work with Sinder and Bao. Don't worry, being Sinder's mom means a lot to me. We've already seen these. This is the part where people say that it looks really bad on Nanoless. I think it's really not that big of a deal. Okay, that's super weird. That's really it. Like obviously if somebody lies to you about somebody else and you're friends with them, you're gonna act and say things in regards to the information that you've been given. And these actions may not have been the right or correct one in hindsight when you know the full story. But again, Nanoless should not have edited this out, because it will come back to bite her in the ass. Yeah, it's just pretty weird. No one does this. No one decides to do this on their own. There's some context missing. Nobody's behind the scenes. Literally, Nano spent oh shit. Yeah, okay, that's super weird. Then he shows a tweet. It's literally it. This literally reads like a hostage note. No one does this. Yeah, it's just pretty weird. And then now she's backing up the tree of our LTD animators, like in you and Nano. Yep. She has a way of guilt tripping people to get her way. And then she says we can do a deal. Like cancel my model with Bao, like forever. What is presented next is a screenshot from over 5 months prior in August of 2024 when Bao's model was cancelled the first time. We are on the recap section, Alyssa. True. Which is why it's bad to gossip about people in general. Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, manipulating me into thinking it was okay. Since she has many connections, she'll be fine anyway, so I wouldn't feel guilty about it or worry too much. It was upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao. Did you cancel the models? I did not. Nano arc delayed. I'm scared to cancel the model with Bao. You shouldn't be. I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. So Red asked me to cancel one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress. Nano's document never shows where Red asked Nano to cancel Bao's model because it didn't happen. Okay, you know, that's the wordplay here. She didn't say it herself. Sorry. He didn't specifically say those words, therefore he didn't say it. Bao's model was cancelled, but he did not ask her to do it. Not in August of 2024 or in January of 2025. In the instance last year shown above in Nano's doc, she was the one to bring up and consider cancelling Bao's model. All Red did was reassure her in 2024 that it was okay to do so. That is what she implied she wanted and ended up going through with it herself. Oh, looked it up, and Germany and Brazil has a 5-hour difference, so that evidence doesn't match. Okay, thank you for that. I don't know if it's worth repeating myself here, because I've already, like, given my thoughts on this a couple times. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancelled with her? This comes directly after Red says... It's like directly, it's literally directly after Red is like shit-talking Bao. And then don't forget that he asked her 4 times if she's canceled the models yet, but he's never, like, she just briefly says it once, but doesn't follow up on it. But then he follows up on it 4 times. But they want to make us believe that he's never pressured her to cancel Bao's model. This is my issue with Nano. Less also like, who knows who else she talks to about client. Yeah, I wouldn't work with her. Let's just say that. Even though Nano's document only presents Bao's model being cancelled once, and the evidence shown above was from August 2024, let's assume that Bao's model was cancelled mid-progress in January 2025. Well, in January, Nano told Red Bao's model was on her list, as in on her commission list, and not mid-progress. I did not believe Nano would cancel a project she had any significant amount of work invested into it already. Red did not ask her to cancel Bao's model in January either. Nano offered and agreed to do it in their deal, but that wasn't shown or mentioned in Nano's doc at all. Are we talking about 2025 this time? Wasn't that the time where she requested a exclusivity deal and they're like, no, we don't want that. We just don't want you to work with these 3 creators? Yeah, he keeps asking if she cancelled yet because it would affect their plans, and then once cancelled, nonetheless immediately starts the Sinder model 2 months early. We know what kind of effects it had on their plan. The narrative that Nano was a victim would fall apart because she gladly and willingly offered and agreed to a deal where she benefited at Bao's expense. In addition, it was easy for her to offer to cancel the model again because of the fact that it was not mid-progress. They're really LARPing on the mid-progress bit. I mean, she started the design. She did the design for Bao. She just hadn't started the model. Now really shouldn't have used mid there. She should have used early progress. Her bad, I guess. Throw the whole damn thing away. Well, then I brought up this conversation too late. It's okay, Nano, you don't need to make any changes. Are you sure? I'm not really down on working with people who Sinder don't want to. Yes, but wouldn't this be the 2nd time you're canceling on her? Oh, he's got such her best interest in mind after just... We have this entire conversation. We've seen it. We've seen it. I ain't convinced. I'm not really down on working with people who Sinder doesn't want to. She believes that Sinder doesn't want to work with Bao, that Sinder dislikes Bao. Why? Because of what Red told her. So now she wants to cancel her model. It's all connected, and he's trying to gaslight us into thinking that it's not connected. Of course I want to understand it better, specifically if I cancel her for a second time. I'd rather work with Sinder than Bao. Don't worry, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. We can do a deal, huh? I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. Oh god, I gotta sneeze. Never mind, it passed. It was upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao. Her document also doesn't show where Red supposedly contacted Nano specifically to check on her canceling the model she had planned with Bao because it doesn't exist. Well, thankfully your document showcased that. Your document gave us that proof. So thank you. He messaged her to see if she decided to cancel any other project she expressed interest in canceling that they previously discussed, to which she replied, not yet. Bro, why are you dissecting the screenshot? Show us the convo. Show us the convo where you ask her 4 times if she canceled yet. Just wonder if you decided to cancel any other model projects. God, and every time it's like you gotta fucking find the initial screenshot just to debunk this thing. It's like going uphill against them. This is why I feel like it'd be worth making a video where I have like all the evidence on hand instead of like telling you guys. But at the same time, like making a video on this also feels like way too much work. Yeah, we just asked if there was any projects that you could cancel. Man, I wonder which model she could cancel. Okay, I don't... Fuck. Oh man, there's just so much screenshots in there. I can't even fucking find what I'm looking for.
You're my favorite, Uma.
Thank you, Gurf Demon. Thank you. Did you cancel models? I did not. Oh, isn't this it? I know customer model from is blah blah blah. You and I blah blah blah. Hey Nano, do you know if you're able to start the new Heaven Hound outfit earlier or not? Coincidentally, I was wondering if you decided to cancel any other model projects. While wondering if she could start the outfit earlier. Yeah, I checked with the other clients and I can't delay them. I didn't cancel anything yet. Actually, give me another moment. And then she stops answering. And then he replies to this to bump it up and says, did you get an answer for this? No, did you check on this yet? Oh, didn't put that part though in their little context things. They didn't highlight this one. Why? Because there's not the word cancel in it? They're replying right now. I'll just give me another moment. And then he asked her again, did you cancel models? Why isn't this part in yellow? Oh, because he's half kidding. Oh, my bad, chat. Because he's half kidding. Then she says, I did not. And then he gives her this reaction and says, Nano arc delayed to 2026. Bro, get the fuck out of here. I'm losing my patience. I'm scared to cancel with Bao, she says. You shouldn't be. She has so many connections. And I can't imagine how upsetting this all must have been for her, considering she was the one who brought up canceling Bao's model in the first place in August, even telling her that she didn't think she could finish her model, and in January was the one who offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own model's rigging. That deal that she settled in on was so fucking dog shit, by the way. And Nanoless wanted the real exclusivity deal there. And as I've showcased before, Sinder and Red already in their document have admitted that they had talked and agreed about bringing up an exclusivity deal to Nano in January 2025, including not to work with Silvervale. And Red and Nano agreed for a deal for her to not work with Silver, Bao, and Cotton January 25, only telling me about Silvervale's inclusion. So, I don't know. She's saying that she wasn't aware of the Bao and Cotton part, sure, but she did agree and talk with Fred about the exclusivity deal with Nano. They were angling from that from the start. Nano said the words first, and they're like, oh, we got her. The new Bao would be worked on in July from the Trello she showed him the year before. He knew, and that's the only model before Cinder's model, lol. Bro. Exclusivity and blacklisting other creators. In a message below, they mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but didn't want to pay for exclusivity. But rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for commission, they would guarantee me model work for Sinder. Only if anyone asked me for commission, they'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange, given that one of the accusations they made was overworking their editor. Yet, their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. So they mentioned wanting an exclusivity contract, but they didn't want to pay for exclusivity. Neither Red or I had a problem with paying Nano for model exclusivity, which was shown with our video editor, artist number 1, and artist number 2 will be shown in Silvervale section. Oh, in Silvervale section, okay. Yeah, they paid for exclusivity with the other people, but not with Nano. Because they managed to convince her not to, I guess. Nano said she'd wanted a monthly fee, and Red explained to her that what we're looking for, which led to him talking about the 3 people he didn't want her to work with. What? So you admitted there. What? Yes, she wanted a monthly fee, which is how an exclusivity deal would work. And Red explained to her that what they were looking for was just for her not to work with these 3 people. So that's a blacklist. Afterwards, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her model rigging, and that an exclusivity deal about new babies would be separate from the deal they eventually came to. You can go to the first screenshots from Red blacklisting Spite. He literally described what is and isn't exclusivity himself. Wait, where is that screenshot again? Was it on page 1? Or was it on Nanoless, like early in the Nanoless thing? Dude, this is why going through this doc takes so fucking long, because every single thing you have to go around and disprove it. Because they're just talking out of their ass. It is like 123. Oh, there it is. Of course, I protect my baby. This is him shit talking spite. Nano and I have never talked about spite. Here's me searching spite my own DMs with Nano. I wish she showed that, but with her DMs with Red. That one below, the short one? Did I pass it? Hey, kind of a weird question. Would it be okay if we requested you don't work with someone? You mean like being exclusive? No, like not accept commission from one person. Oh, who is this? So not exclusive. I didn't want to work with this person. Oh, you mean like exclusivity? No, that's not exclusivity. He literally says that it's not exclusivity. And then they try to claim that it is. Yeah, he clearly knows the difference, so self-report. Oh shit, I should have done that. This is the doc where I look for a screenshot. This is the doc where we're reading. Oopsie. We have a deal. Okay, just make sure. No work at all with Bao, Cotton Silver 4. Continue giving you model art. We made a mutual agreement without a general model exclusivity and payment being involved. Why wasn't this shown in Nano's doc? I don't know, but this doesn't... Again, this doesn't make it look better for them. It just looks like she got a really shit deal. Yeah, if you add 2 more people to the blacklist, then suddenly that's exclusivity. The messed up thing is that these people don't even know that a quiet war is being waged against them. They didn't even stand a chance. Oh no, like it was actually worse than they thought. It's crazy. Oh, Celtic Draco, welcome to the Precious Squad. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much. Thank you. But rather, when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for commission, they would guarantee me model work for Sinder only, and if anyone else asked me for commission, they'd commission me instead to compensate for not working with other creators. This felt very strange. Red told Nano that if Silvervale asked her for art, we'd replace that work for our own art project, not specify model work or say anything about Cinder only. Must not have felt very strange to Nano at the time because she said herself, it do be fair, then accepted the deal, willingly doing this to Silvervale for her own gain. But how is that in her own gain? If she's getting the same amount. So, let's say Silvervale wanted an art piece. Then she would cancel that art piece. That's, I don't know, $800. And then Cinder would give her that same art piece for $800. Except Nanoless has one less client. She has one less person to promote her work. And she has to make up excuses to that person that she can't take on her work. So how is she gaining here? And then she's like, I do be fair. Nano, are you dumb saying that it's fair? Like, it's not fair. It ain't fair. Yeah, she wanted to make some excuse because it's all underhanded. She could never reveal that Sinder is paying her for this. This was only in regards to Silver, like Red says directly above, and never once did he suggest this applied to anyone else would ask her for calm, like Nano's document just claimed. You'd still be able to work on model... Wait, like Nano's doc just claimed? But rather, when a creator from their blast list come asking for a calm, they would guarantee me model work for Sinder only. I'm confused why they're claiming this when I thought the blacklist was Silver, Bow, and Cotton. And that he himself says that he added Bow and Cotton for like, oh, Cotton had this drama, and Bow, I didn't think she was getting a model there, so I didn't think it would affect her. But he just threw her in the blacklist for a safety measure, of course. He didn't think it would affect her. If he didn't think it would affect her, by the way, why would he add her to the blacklist? Then what's the point? As one of the accusations they made was overworking their editor, as you saw, this was never an accusation made about Bao, and this was one of the close... I don't understand which editor they're talking about here. Is it Sacramore? And he said earlier in the document, said this baseless claim about overworking our editor would be important later on, so it could support another baseless claim presented here. I mean, taken like it doesn't work with us anymore, he does, but he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way of our projects. Yet their solution to me working with another creator was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. This is everything we commissioned Nano for in the past year. Nano willingly and excitedly accepted and made time for everything listed here, and besides the increase in gamer subs work, our project cadence with her has always been consistent. We've always had Nano make models and out with a new starting stream, which... Bro! That's not what she means, though. She just means that instead of paying her an exclusivity deal, which usually would make an artist have, like... You'd make the same amount of money. So, look, this is the reason why Sacramore went in-house, right? He wanted to go in-house so he could focus on one client and not be spread out all over, so he could take on less work. An exclusivity deal means that you earn more money for technically less work, because exclusivity costs more. But in their quote-unquote exclusivity deal, like with weird-ass rules that they're making, she would cancel somebody's model and they would give her another one. So it's a 1-1 thing. Sure, overwork is maybe not the right word here, but I understand what she's saying. And they're like really playing on these words to confuse people. And that's really annoying to me. If this is your best argument, do better. And I'm not saying like do better, like be a better moral person. Sure, that could also apply to them. I mean, do better in terms of like arguments, because this is weak as shit. The argument we're overworking her, and the worst part is that people will fall for this. They'll be like, oh my god, Red, you're so right. Seal clap. I'm convinced. How, dude? Like, sometimes I'm wondering if I'm even reading the same document as other people. The only project she was kept from was when she offered to cancel Bao's model and made a deal with Red in January, and any potential Silvervale project she would have been kept from, she never was, because she went back on her agreement a week after her model rigging was paid for, and as soon as Silver asked her for artwork. Silver didn't lose out on working with Nano. The last time she implied feeling overworked was 7 months earlier in September 2024, when she canceled 7 models herself and had no problem doing so. When she wanted to lighten her workload, she could have done the same to us, but never did. She just wanted to do Cinder stuff. Daniel's document goes from, they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, which was untrue. Nano said new model exclusivity would be a different deal than what her and Red eventually agreed on, and payment wasn't included in the deal they made. 2. But rather when a creator from their blacklist comes asking for commission, they would guarantee me model work for Cinder only. By terms of the agreement she agreed to, if she turned down a commission for Silvervale, we'd replace any income with a project of our own that she otherwise lose by doing so. 2. Yet their solution to me working with other creators was to them essentially overgrow me to keep me from working on other projects. The solution was a deal Red and Nano agreed to, but wasn't shown in her document. How could we have been overworking Nano by replacing Silvervale's project she would have otherwise accepted anyway? Does that mean when Silver asked her for artwork and Nano walked back on the deal, Silver was then overworking her, or only if she turned Silver down and we give her a replacement project? Then that would be us overworking her. I agree that it's more of a 1-1 thing. It's not, overwork is not the right word there. But I think they're nitpicking too much on that. This conclusion doesn't make sense. It is a blatant lie about what happened. It's trying to make it sound like we were abusing Nano when we weren't. It doesn't discredit that you were. Sorry. I'm not convinced. The message... Their primary concern is that the more non-Cinders model I make, the less valuable my existing models become. That... By working with other people, I'm somehow making my existing models less special. Also, couldn't they have made a video instead of this? I feel like it would have been so much better. That by working with other people, I'm somehow making my existing models less special. I'm just going to quote a part of what Red said in Nano's section about this. His full reasoning can be found here. To Red, it was a matter of supply and demand, just like a rare trading card. Okay, so you still agree with this? Next question. Yeah, okay, so this confirms what Nano said in her doc, though. They did think that. They did think that. Following screenshot is one of them setting up the blacklist, saying I'm not allowed to work with any new clients or create any new outfits for Silvervale, specifically, and justifying those things by saying that with each model, my art becomes less unique and special, and therefore Cinder somehow will become less special. This following screenshot is Red stating the terms to start negotiating an exclusivity deal. The exclusivity deal that only excludes, like, another VTuber. Specifically that her existing model clients and her artwork commission would be unaffected. Exactly! So that's a blacklist! How Red justifies the term he started with, it doesn't matter. Nano didn't have to agree with him. Yeah, Nano didn't have to agree with him. She didn't have a gun to her head. They never spoke about his thought process here and still reached an agreement at the end of their conversation. Okay. Okay. This idea that my work as an artist and designer is devalued by working with other people is insane and hurtful. Red's model ideology should never have been shared with Nano unless he actually explained to her what was talked about. He never forced Nano to agree with him. And both of us could see and understand both sides of the argument, which is why it wasn't brought up since 2023 until he went to Nano about exclusivity. But Cinder also agreed with Red, by the way. She agreed with Red there. Nano was like, Sinder, I want to make sure this comes from you and not just from Red, because I think there's been a misunderstanding. And Sinder like doubles down. Nano didn't push back or question it when Red said it was still willing to negotiate an exclusivity deal that would have prevented her from working with other people. After realizing what talking a deal with them would really mean for both my workload and my mental health, I backed out. The way this is written makes it seem like Nano never agreed to a deal with Fred. When she actually did, but it's purposefully never shown in her doc. Nano said the deal was fair and gladly accepted it. The deal that's fair, that's like the worst deal ever. But it's specifically cut off in the screenshot from her document. Red asked her to confirm the details of their argument, and she did. She only backed out a month later after she had already gotten what she wanted, and because Silver approached her for a commission, and she couldn't turn her down. Her messages canceling the deal to Red were again never shown. Her workload wasn't and wouldn't have been affected at all, other than her having less work after canceling Bao's model, which was presented as only happening once in her document. It's her fault for not wanting to do a 1,000-page doc. To be fair, I can ask for the Demon Cinder figure. We have a deal. Okay, just make sure. Then she wants the Demon Cinder figure in exchange of 3 backlist, and she gets that figurine and she gets the rigging. The only deal they agreed on, according to Cinder's own doc, was 4K and a figure for model work with the agreement that she would cancel Silver. Yes. And Bao and Cotton. And Nano, whenever she speaks to them, she always agrees with them. It's only after, once she gets somebody else's opinion, that she's like, oh shit, I'm kind of getting screwed here, and then she backs out. Okay, these are the screenshots shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Then the screenshot jumps to the end of the conversation an hour later, but cut off right before Nano calls the deal fair and accepts to make the argument she never agreed to a deal with Fred. Wait, where does she make the argument that she never agreed to a deal with Fred? After realizing what taking a deal with them would really mean for both my workload and my mental health, I backed out. This is her saying she never agreed to a deal with Fred? I'm not reading it like that. Then the screenshot jumped to the other end of their convo an hour later. But okay, no, we read that. Nano thinks getting a good deal, then someone else explained to her, then she backs out. Yeah. Also, doesn't this disprove the claim that it was only art and not models? No work at all with Bao, Cotton, Silver. It's at all, so it's gotta be models. Continue giving your model work and various outcome. Yeah, I'm confused.
Remember to drink water, Rima.
Backed out little means she agreed and then changed her mind, which is accurate. Oh wait, you're right. You're right, that is such a good point. Yeah. Like, words matter. And I think this is something maybe Red could learn. If every word you say, you need to have like 8 paragraphs and asterisks to explain what your words means, then you are not using the right words. It's also what the defenders are using as spearhead. Bro, the defenders, like, they just got through the nanoless bit for some reason. I don't know how. Another example is speaking ill of other creators right after they saw it. I was working with Shy Lily, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I'm setting myself up with problematic people to get me to reconsider working with them. Yes, this is true. That's not at all what happened or was implied to Nano by Red in their conversation. At no point did he say anything about reconsidering work with Shy Lily or to cancel her plans. Red told Nano what I've been experiencing with Shy Lily because he thought that her working with Nano on a model could be correlated, and he's always gossiped with her as his friend. I feel like this requires no comment. They also continuously kept asking about my other clients' plans, which had been done for well over 2 years between Red and Nano, with her willingly sharing them, even about Shy Lily, which is what this is in reference to. For Nano to suddenly imply this was a problem to her is contradictory to years of her own behavior. They also continuously kept asking about my other... I mean, this is true. They continuously ask about her other clients' plans. And immediately went up to slandering Lily, and they keep trying to bring... Wait, what is the whole sentence? Problematic people. They also continuously kept asking about my other clients' plans, which for them made the antenna go up, and immediately went into slandering Lily. Yes, that is true. And she did have a problem with it when you slandered Lily, because after that she stopped communication. Red did not slander Shy Lily. The things Red told Nano were true to what I was actually experiencing with her. But you're shit-talking her. Keep trying to bring drama and a reason for me to go exclusive, and that working only with Sinder is them trying to look out for me. The deal Red and Nano had made... It's true that they kept saying it was them looking out for them. We care about Nano less. We put her in our backgrounds and my stream background. She's our friend. And, you know, it wasn't implicitly stated that the drama was why they wanted her to go exclusive, but they were like, oh, Silverveil is competing with her. Shy Lily is competing with Sinder. She's trying to get a model from our model mama. And then Bao is also like barking up the tree of our L2D editor. So yes, you are keep trying to bring her in drama as reason for her to go exclusive. And by exclusive, this could have been worded worse for them. She should have just said blacklist here. Yeah, Your Honor, the voices told me so. You can't blame me. I wasn't slandering her. This is what I believed in my perception of this alternate reality. This is what I truly believed. Therefore, it is true. True, Bao is always barking. True.
They keep seeming to neglect that friends can also be manipulated.
Yeah. Yeah, they also admit to being super territorial over Nanoless in the silver bit. In their conversation about Charlie, there was nothing about exclusivity, working only with me. That this drama was any kind of reason for her to do so, or Red ever saying he was looking out for her. This claim misleads you again to believe that Nano never agreed to a deal with Fred to begin with when she actually did. Oh, they're still talking about the backing out thing? These screenshots were from April of 2025. Nano, do you have more plans with Lily besides just a model? Okay, then this is, you know, about Lily and dipping out of collabs and stuff. Other was kind of mean to her about using an L2D item one time. This, oh my god, you guys, this screenshot, this part of the screenshot is missing from Nano's document. This screenshot where Nanoless is pasting what the fuck is this, like a surprise cat, and the Aldo censored name was kind of mean to her about using an L2D item. That screenshot just debunks Nanoless' entire document. Like, just throw the whole damn thing away. Fuck this shit. She lied. She's a liar. The idea that I need to stay informed and gauge the competition is extremely upsetting and toxic to me. Sharing her plans has never bothered Nano in the years of working with Red, and for her to flip her opinion of this out of nowhere is unbelievable. Besides, bro, she seems stressed from time to time. Like, when she's like complaining about burnout and shit, like I think she was just tired of being stuck in a tug of war between her and other people. Besides willingly sharing what she was doing with Shiley 2 weeks before I was cancelled, she even shared her project plans with Silvervale after cancelling her deal with Red because of it. But then again, Nanoless should have been more firm on what made her uncomfortable throughout the communications. She doesn't like it. Okay, sure, a few times it's made her uncomfortable and she didn't think it through, but at one point you kind of gotta just, you know, say it like, hey, I don't want to bring up other creators' name from now on if you don't mind, you know? Nanoless shared Sinder's art to someone and they made a meme out of it. That wasn't competitive when they share to Red. Look what he does. He drafting up the blacklist and telling lies about the person. Yeah, there's two different things. Yeah, Nanoless. Sharing her plans has never bothered Nano in the years of working with Red. And for her to flip her opinion of this out of nowhere is unbelievable. Besides willingly sharing what she was doing with Shiley 2 weeks before I was cancelled, she even shared her project plans with Silvervale after cancelling her deal with Red because of it. And Red never used the phrase gauge the competition like is quoted in Nano's doc. Oh no, he didn't use the exact words. Whoa. He's only showing these two things, but he said more. Didn't he say something like, I always have to be on the lookout? Gotta stay competitive and we shouldn't have to. Feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Sinder and wants the same model mama. Yeah. The competition they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends who always helped, supported, and platformed Sinder. The competition, referred to in the message shown, was one person, not plural. Red said he thought we'd have to start considering Shiley as competition with how she was treating me at the time of the conversation. Yeah, but you guys clearly also thought Silverville was competition because of the quote-unquote way she had been treating Sinder that came to you in the delusion, Red. And same thing with Bao, actually, now that I think of it. You also considered her competition. Then she says, I did not start to view this away and only wanted to fix what was going on, evident in my message. When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming the other creators and implying that they initiated it by trying to work with me. When I pushed back, the immediate response was blaming the other creator and implying that they initiated it by trying to... No, Charlie working with Nano was not the catalyst for Red thinking this way, but it was the reason he talked to Nano about her. Again, this conversation is about Shiley, not plural creators. Red said to Nano that he felt like we'd have to compete with Shiley and start considering her as competition because of her unwarranted action and change in attitude towards me. She was not treating me like a friend, and working with Nano on a new model was just another thing on top of what was already experiencing with Red that Red thought was related. Why do they think this is only about Shy Lily? Is it because of the screenshots that support this part in the nonetheless like original doc? I think that was also their initial response in response to the Silvervale stuff too, no? Yeah. True, it's not only that they think that they're in competition, but every time they think that the battle has already started and invented some attack that they've already received. Yeah, and the laundry list gets long pretty quickly, while the other party has like no fucking idea. Not someone justify their action. What actions? What action did Red take against Shy Lily in his message to Nano besides asking Nano question daring to tell her what Shy Lily was doing towards me? They imply... I mean, spreading rumors is probably one of the actions. They imply Lily ignored Sinder when she spent over a minute thanking the raid, which you can see in the clip. Red said Shy Lily wouldn't acknowledge me by name, not ignore my raid. Red clearly says in his message to Nano that I raided Shy Lily a couple times, but Nano document only addressed one of them. Okay. We watched both of these clips yesterday, by the way, and it was the biggest nothing burger ever. Yeah, Red thought that's the problem. Red was thinking too much, probably sniffing glue while thinking. They got a list, and they got a spreadsheet of every raid and checkbox for name call. Bro, I'm like just happy if somebody acknowledges my rated. They don't have to say read my even star. Actually, I'd prefer if they don't say that. Rematch is fine if you're gonna use a name. Not include an exact timestamp link to one of the 2 times I raided Charlie that Red told her about in Charlie's defense. Here's the link to that raid. Okay, we watched it yesterday. Charlie greeted the raiders but didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. She says Pyro Pup, by the way. Who's Pyro Pups? Who are the Pyro Pups? They're Cinder's audience. Isn't it like... And then later on, she quickly thanks Sinder for the raid. Like 5 minutes later. And then they're like, if she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why couldn't she have also said hi and thanked me then? I wasn't upset about this since it was just one raid. But you were, because in earlier you guys said that Sinder has been upset about the way, like you said that you were anxious about it. That you were upset by the way that Shy Lily was treating you. However, what was linked in Nano's doc was the second more recent raid Red told Nano about from 4/11/25, a day before he spoke to her about Shy Lily was acting. Shy Lily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do or any streamer to do. She said hi to my raiders but didn't thank them either. She goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shy Lily had an off-putting reaction to me sending my community to... She didn't name her by name. She also says Pyro Pup in this one. In the past, Silvervale, who read and I knew had a problem with me. You guys had a problem with her. She just didn't want to be your friend. That's not her having a problem with you. She just think y'all weird. She doesn't want to have anything to do with you. That's it. That's not... You guys are the one that have a problem with her. When I rated her, continue ghosted. My message got a model from Nano at a suspicious time, among other things, which will all be shown in her section. The specific experience with someone else who we knew didn't like me further led both Fred and I to believe that Shiley had something wrong with me for some reason. I'll talk about my race to Shiley again when I go over the things she said herself. Below, I wanted to push back and make clear I wasn't comfortable in being dragged into drama, and they responded by bringing up more drama and baseless claims that all while trying to guilt trip me. It is ironic and crazy to me that I mentioned not wanting to be dragged into personal issues, only for them to on multiple occasions mention other people's alleged drama. The drama Nano's talking about in the next screenshot is specifically in regards to Silver after she cancelled the exclusivity deal. The only time Nano had ever said she didn't want to be involved in drama was around Silvervale. She never had a problem with Red gossiping about her about drama, and no problem talking about the drama about in Bao in January or about Charlie in April. We're just going to keep repeating the same talking points over and over again. Yeah, Silver Spine and Bao shouldn't have been included in this doc other than straight apology. I agree. It looks worst on Sinder. The baseless claims being referred to here was me telling Nano people were still comparing us to this day, which was true and had affected me for years. Yeah, but if the fans are comparing you to another creator, why do you take it out on the creator, though? I agree that I was guilt-tripping Nano with this message. Oh, so she admits to manipulation here too when she says she admits to... Okay, so she admits to guilt-tripping a second time here in the breakdown section. I was upset that she went back on this deal because it was a last resort that could have ended one of the biggest direct comparison people drew about me and Silver when she eventually got a new model from someone else. The outcome of this conversation, Nano's decision didn't change because of it. We reached a mutual understanding. The screenshots below were 2 months before the conversation Red had with her about Shy Lily in February of 2025 when she told me about her cancelling her agreement with Red. How dare they compare me to a successful and beloved creator? Yeah, how dare them? Oh, this is the part that's missing? I'm sorry for bringing this to you. I would never hate you. Think you insane. I love everything we've done together. I want to keep doing more. People say dumb shit online. Just makes me stressed. They can suck on mine. You're the best. Thank you for powering through my recent calm. Hope your power doesn't stay out too long. Thank you. Happy to serve. Also, thank you for talking to me. Sometimes dealing just with Fred makes me a bit anxious. I'm sorry you felt pressure about this. You're just looking out after me. He loves your stuff. I'll tell him to be nice. I understand, actually. Can just imagine how busy you are, so I don't bother much. I will always have time to yap if you're the best. It's nice to talk more. If you ever need anything, yeah, same for you. What does that got to do?
Okay, I am going to be that guy. Where is the proof? If her being compared to Silver affected her so much, why not share the ton of messages she got?
True, 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 true. These screenshots below were 2 months before the conversation Red had with her about Shy Lily in February of 2025 when she told me about her cancelling her agreement with Red. She said she's sorry for stepping around the exclusivity deal. Get it, Nano, it wasn't fair to push this on you. But it's just really confusing going back and forth about it. I just get and then they go into the guilt tripping. Oh, it's just that I always get compared to her, you know? like living in somebody's shadow, which is the reason why Red asked about not making any more models for her. And when you said, I understand if things don't work out, it made me feel like you're okay with not working with me anymore. Which hurts so much after all this time. I really appreciate you, Nano, and it's your decision who you ultimately work with, but this is how I've been feeling. And this is... There's so much guilt trip in this one message. And I don't know why they care about adding this shit. It adds nothing. Except the fact that, like, you can see Sinder trying to be nice after they talked it out. Her message canceling the deal with Red the day before she messaged me about it were never shown in her document. I don't know, I've been waiting to hear from... Okay, we've read those before. It's about when she says, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton, and like... And she says, I was wondering if I could pay back the figure in the rigging with our current comms. Wait! Wait, is this the non-censored screenshot that we were looking for this yesterday when that guy was saying that Nonetheless scammed them? But here we have the proof. I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comm. Wasn't this censored? I was gonna write Coom. You would, yeah. I don't know if I can search something. Okay, the word deal is present 178 times. Never mind. Okay. We still send you the figure, you can just discount the cost from the model. Okay, this is 2/11/2025. And this is 2/10/2025. So they just didn't have that screenshot. Oh no, they had it here. Oh, but it's cut. Okay. Oh, no, it is here. So it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver. She's still a friend and heard me to do so. So I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. I'll understand if you think that... Okay, that's the thing. And I said, we'll still send you a figure and you can just discount blah 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 cost from the model. Think about what plans are after our current 2 projects. I feel like I'm not closer. Justifying their behavior. by saying that they are simply looking out for me when none of this has anything to do with me to begin with, and manipulating me into being grateful for earning well thanks to them, despite the loss of work from long-time returning clients and new clients. Once again, where is the message where either of us state that we are simply looking out for Nano? I justified my behavior I felt towards Silvervale because of the actions of her and her community towards me. What actions did she take against you? Not wanting to interact with you is not an action that warrants this. When it's not an action, it's a non-action. It's the opposite, actually. When Nano came to me about how she felt and didn't want to be involved in drama around Silver, I was okay with it and didn't hold it against her. She didn't need to agree to the terms of the exclusivity deal. She didn't agree with Silvervale being included, but she did. She could have said no. She wasn't held at gunpoint. That's what they're claiming. Manipulating me into being grateful for earning well thanks to them despite the loss of work from long-time returning clients and new clients. Nano was not manipulated to say what she said to me. There was no loss of work for Nano with Silvervale or any other clients due to mine or Red's action. The reason why she ultimately went back to the deal she agreed on to was because Silver approached her about a commission and Nano couldn't turn it down. Concerning my work and model as a team, I'm gonna stop repeating because like all of their argument is the same for the manipulation part. Like we didn't manipulate them, so I'm just gonna stop repeating my argument because it's gonna be too much. It's just we keep rereading the same shit, man. Concerning my model and models as a team, another example of going after other clients of mine from before, claiming that having more clients alongside him makes my work less special because of it's just business. Manipulating me into believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons, and that I risk losing that special something as a client if I prefer to work with others. No acknowledgement of my reasoning and need of working with other clients due to the nature of my work solely focused on their issue. Another example of going after other clients of mine from before, claiming that having more clients alongside them makes my work less special. Neither of us have gone after other clients of hers unless you count Red and Nano's negotiations about exclusivity. It wasn't exclusivity. If it was exclusivity, then she wouldn't be able to work with anybody else but Sinder. It was a blacklist. Here's what Red said about Nano's... That's their argument? Here's what Red said about Nano's work being less special, which was referred to the screenshot of my DM shown in Nano's doc below. This is what he said, and there was no conversation further about it. It was the one and only time he brought up the value of Nano's model, other than mentioning it once when negotiating their exclusivity deal in Gen 2025. So twice. So you brought it up twice. So that claim is true. You brought it up twice. Nanoless doesn't say that they kept on bringing it over and over again, and she never said it was multiple times. She said that claiming that having more clients alongside him makes my work less special. That's it. Yeah, and one time is enough. He got pushback there. She really didn't like that. As was explained before, the dishonest framing of just business by Nano's document was intentional. The conversation with the use of "it's just business" was from November of 2023. Yeah, when she does it, it's intentional. But when you guys do it, it was unintentional. You didn't mean to say it that way. What you meant by it was like 8 paragraphs of, explanation. But it only works one way. Nano clearly understood what we meant by it back then. For it to never have come up again until her document was written. Okay. Manipulating me into believing that working with her is special for multiple reasons, and that I risk losing that special something as a client if I prefer to work with others. I agree to that me saying, but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, was guilt-tripping her. I regret how I phrased this, but I really accepted her decision by my use of "it's just business," like Red had said to her that day before. Neither me or Red tried to change Nano's opinion or her decision, and she was not manipulated to change her position on what she wanted. We both agreed with her and accepted it. I thought that I wouldn't be a Nano model only VTuber because of her not having a lot of time for my project to keep up my model cadence. I thought I'd have to find another model artist, which is why I reminisced about my first model with her. I told her it felt special to only have her model art for my outfits and to let me know if she wouldn't have time for me to only use her artwork for my model, not to be the one single VTuber for model arts. I feel like that's just case in point again. No acknowledgement of my reasoning and need to work with other clients due to the nature of my work, solely focus on their issues. Here's what was said to Nano in both mine and Red's DM with her. Also, like, have you guys noticed that every single times that Red DMs Nano about something seemingly unrelated or to check up on her, it's also followed up by him checking up on her for work. Here's what was said to Nano in both mine and Red's DM with her during the situation. All of these messages are from the same convo and appeared in the screenshots from Nano's document below. However, they're separated among 3 topics the document covers. Red and I understood Nano's position and agreed with her. We didn't force her into anything or force her into thinking a certain way to her own detriment. So it's about working with Sinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models I work for Sinder, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist, I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situation. I agree, you're a free artist and you should do what you want. It's okay now, you're just making a living you name for yourself, and I can't blame you for accepting work from other big names in the industry. Thank you for understanding my side. We'll all have our names somewhere. None of your freelance artist Silver is a long-time client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. Yeah, Animal Maze is crazy. It's getting a lot. That is just all the times where Red is like, no, but we never wanted to make you feel that way. We never wanted to make you feel that way. But then they make her feel that way in other subversive manners. I also think it's important for you to work on... Like, even here, it's such a good example. Nano's like, it's important for my job to reach far and wide, like working with different projects and people. And then Cinder responds, I also think it's important for you to work on project what you're excited about. I'll go through my plans with Ren and send your ideas soon. We schedule. I know he can be a little pushy sometimes, but it's because he's just doing business for me to grow. And then I feel... I'd have to pull up the screenshot again, but it's like... She goes... Doesn't she... Wait. Is it the same one? No personal reason? Yeah, just before that, she went in through this entire explanation of why it's just business. They reminisce about how, you know, they were working together, that they trained her. And at one point, I feel like in one of the DMs exchange that we've seen, I'd have to look for it again, I don't remember about which VTuber, they say something like, now that we trained you up and you've gotten better, she's coming at you from a model. Who are they talking about there again? It's just ringing a bell right now. I would like to note again that the screenshot is one of the many occasions that indicate that Red speaks on Cinder's behalf. I was originally concerned with everything going through Red, that it may not have been 100% of Cinder's feelings or wants. I messaged her about it to make sure that he spoke on her behalf and confirm with both of them that this was the case. Yeah, it's true. This screenshot proves that. They trained her with a shock collar. Oh no. By the way, what did Lydia think about this part? I'm just curious what other people think. Yes, Red spoke for me all the time, a lot. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make Juan read that part.
Yes, Red spoke for me all the time to lots of different people because that's been his job as my manager, and I trusted him. But Red also spoke for himself, and for the brand. No, we didn't always agree on our feelings or wants. There's been many times he's had to walk things back because I disagreed, or we've had to compromise on decisions. To assume that in every single instance for forever that we were 100% in agreement on things is crazy. There were a total of 2 times Nano had ever messaged me about her conversations with Red. This situation from 2023, and when she cancelled the exclusivity deal in 2025. Like I pointed out when talking about It's Just Business in Nano's section, Nano's document presents my conversation with Nano from this situation before any of the context of Red's conversation with her that happened a day earlier, deceptively masking the context of my use of the phrase. Unless you were paying attention to the dates of the messages in Nano's document, you'd never know the timeline of events.
But we watched this. We read that that conversation. The context doesn't make it better. In the full context of the conversation on the screenshots below, Red never said anything about Nano being exclusive to us. If Juan, please, I need to save some voice.
In the full context of the conversation from the screenshots below, Red never said anything about Nano being exclusive to us, or ever told her to only work on Cinder-related things. He never said every design was a Cinder clone, because his reasoning wasn't about other models being Cinder clones.
Yeah.
The messages in this screenshot happened in November of 2023, over a year before the exclusivity deal, but Nano's document doesn't point that out. Here is everything Red said that Nano took as him asking her to not work with anyone but me. He was confused in his message because he never asked her to do this, or was somehow making her do this.
He never said every design was a Cinder clone. But she says as if every design is just a Cinder clone. They're doing the thing where like they'll pick on one word and pick it apart, like the weakest part of what she says. Message in this screenshot happened in November of 2023, over a year before the exclusivity deal, but Nano's doc doesn't point that out. Here's everything Red said that Nano took as him asking her not to work with anyone but me. He was confused in his message because he never asked her to do this. Which is... We'll write out next year, there's needs to be a plan after that, and you're gonna keep getting better at models, and we love you. It just sucks everyone wants a Nano model. I mean, it's good because you make a lot of money, you gotta eat, but sucks because it's not as special. Okay. This is... Where's the... I thought they were gonna show where he was confused in his message because he never asked her to do this or was somehow making her do this. Red's full thought process behind Nano's work being less special and no longer unique was explained in her section, but he didn't explain his point of view to her. This was not a black and white issue, and Red and I could understand both sides of it, ultimately sympathizing and agreeing with Nano's perspective. But you never explained it to her. So how would you know? In Simply Business, normalizing their behavior once again by stating that this is simply business to sabotage other VTuber career, now work with them and focus on Sinder instead.
Both mine and Red's use of "it's just business," or similar phrases, were dishonestly misinterpreted and twisted to fit the idea that it was to somehow justify sabotaging others. Like I explained before, the phrase was used to accept Nano's decision in 2023, regardless of our feelings on that decision. If you were to actually read the screenshots that were presented in Nano's document right below this, you'd understand that in no way is Red using the phrase "business is business" to try and sabotage anyone.
No, he just business is business to say that it's just business. It was nothing personal. That this was after she turned him down. It's okay, Nano. Why is he saying it's okay, Nano? Because she's like, I'm sorry, I can't do this for you. And then he says business is business.
If you only look at my messages without the context of Red's conversation with Nano happening the day before, then it looks like I'm saying it's just business about Nano canceling models. That is not what I meant. I spoke to Red about his conversation with Nano before hearing from her, and my use of "it's just business" was in reference to what he said. Presented out of order, out of context, and if you're someone other than Nano who hadn't experienced talking to Red and I back to back in this situation, you'd see my message to Nano and get the wrong idea. Nano's document purposely showed my message first, without any context before it, to manipulate the narrative.
So this is the messages in context. It's okay, Nano, you're just making a living, making a name for yourself. I can't blame you, blah, blah. Thank you for understanding my side. We're all trying to have our name somewhere. Just don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys. And again, apologize for the trouble on your plans. Business is business. If you want to go through the project we talked about, let me know which ones you'd want to do. Oh, I'll just wait to hear from you about your model list and what you want to work on before you set anything in stone. Of course, I'll be away today. I'll give an update later. Oh my god, there was so much context added here, guys. This is totally changing my opinion of this. If this about censored model, Nano, yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Sinder. This is Silvervale's model. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feeling. Business is business. Nano, you're a freelance artist, and Silver's a long-time client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her. I understand the logistics of it. You need to do what's best for you. Thank you for understanding. Right now, I just didn't think our other conversation sounded like I was trying to make you not work with her. Oh, this is the part where Red is like is genuinely confused about why would Nonetheless would ever think that. Why would she think that? She's so silly. Like, Silver specifically. Maybe I just considered the situation too much. My mistake for thinking this way. Like, they will... Like, everybody here reads what Nanola just said here and understand that she's saying this to be polite. Like, you know, the situation is diffusing down. Oh, maybe I just overthought about, overthought about this or misunderstood. You know when you say that? And then they'd be like, see? She even said that she was overthinking the situation, that she misunderstood. I never like insinuated that. Like, this is not what I wanted. It's okay. And she's like, oh my god, but are we good? This feels like a weird breakup. I'm stressing out. And then he's like, me and you are good, but I still have to break this down to Sinder, and I don't know how that's gonna go. But don't worry, I think she's still sleeping. She presented her message before. If you only look at my message without the context of Red's comment with Nano happening the day before, it looks like I'm saying it's just business about Nano canceling models. It's meant as a way to say it's nothing personal. She actually cut out the worst part where she called him out for manipulating her. What do you mean, Freed? I'm too old for this too, Reiko. We're only at page 61. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll let Juan speak for you guys.
Making sure none of this reaches the other VTubers and is all kept hush-hush, while also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended and should not get out, as it would cause issues for Cinder's career to be painted in this light. The example shown in the next screenshot is after Nano cancelled Silvervale's model. Red did not ask her to make her do it, or target Silver in any way. Obviously he wouldn't want Nano to tell Silver it was my fault, because it wasn't, or the fact they were talking about her at all. The only other time Red asked Nano to keep things between them about another VTuber was when they made their exclusivity deal. Not only to keep what he said between them from the other VTubers, but to keep what he said and did against Bao from me too.
Making sure none of this reach other VTubers, all kept hush-hush, while also providing proof that they know what they do is ill-intended. Yeah, because they censored that thing so it wouldn't leak, and they said, please none of this can leave our chat. Red did not ask her to make her do it or target. Like, they're just gonna deny every single thing? That is crazy. They should have, like, probably given some stuff. Because now it looks like a little bit crazy that they're denying every single thing, like sentence by sentence. Obviously he wouldn't want Nano to tell Silver it was my fault because it wasn't, or the fact that they were talking about her at all. The only other time Red asked Nano to keep this between them about other VTuber was when they made their exclusivity deal. Their exclusivity deal that only excluded 3 VTubers, and she could never tell them about it. Not only to keep what he said between them from the other VTubers, but to keep what he said and did against Bao from me too. And yet you guys are still together. Not that the encode shot at Silvervale, and it's like, I would... If only Red truly apologized to Bao and like meant it, and the stuff like the like weird shit talk he did and tripled down on her, after he like fake apologized, this all would have been done better. It would have been better. People would have felt less weird about her going back with him. But now it's just so weird that like. So, like, it made it into the doc too. It's almost like she's signing off on it, but then she's also claiming that he lied to her, and he's hiding things from her. That's a big breach of trust. We want to make you feel like, okay. But then why did he spoiler it? Wait, what? Her argument is that the message was spoilered so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked, then why...
Pointing out and claiming a message was hidden so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked as the reason doesn't make any sense. Red fully trusted Nano to keep things private between them, not just this one censored message. Who else would that one message in Nano's DMs, that was immediately buried, be accidentally leaked to if it wasn't spoiled? Nano leaked that exact message here, and hiding did nothing to stop it from getting leaked after all.
She means like, okay, they do that so when you're streaming, if somebody's streaming their like monitor and Discord opens up, then it wouldn't leak. That's why you spoiler messages. But as you say here, as you admit, he expected the entire conversation to not leak to the other VTubers. He wanted it to be private. The constant obsession with Silvervale, you're gonna deny that after you admit it to it? Excuse you?
The constant obsession with Silvervale. There were a total of 3 major instances where Silver came up in Red's messages with Nano, 2 of which were in 2023, and the other in January 2025, and in the aftermath of those cases were the only times Nano and I talked about her. My experience with Silvervale is explained in her section of this document.
Letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale. Become resentful towards Silvervale.
Claiming that she is asking for it by causing this unspoken competition which is coming from absolutely no other source than Sinder herself. No other source other than Red. These are Red's words. He did not say she was asking for it, and sympathized with Silver's perspective. This exact screenshot is what's shown next in Nano's document. I did view Silver as competition, but not until 2024, which will be shown in her section.
Okay, I guess we'll see in her section. I think it's more like all of their argument is like, he did not use these exact words. Yeah, Silver lives rent-free in their head. Rent-fucking-free. It's more like wanting her to recognize Sinder. I feel like there's this unspoken competition between them, like they need to one-up each other because Silver can't get along. Because Silver cannot get along. Silver. But I also understand her point of view. Yeah, you understand her made-up point of view because that's your point of view about her. 2023... We want her to recognize Sinder. Wait, they're claiming that they only started viewing her as competition in 2024 when you wrote all that about her prior to that in 2023? Be so for real right now. I just know anything we do, she's watching and will take them or try out to do us. You know the spinning figure we had on stream? She did that, blah, blah, blah.
And the last image Nano presents below is from May 2023, where Red is talking about spite, not Silvervale, but it's never pointed out that this is about someone else or from a different time. This is all that was shown about spite. And Nano's document didn't include anything about Red asking and Nano agreeing she wouldn't work with Spite for some reason, even though it'd help Nano's case.
Wait, the Spite blacklist was totally free though. And she's asking for it caused by unspoken... Okay. The Spite blacklist was like, Nanoless comes in, she's like... she talks about doing marvelous spite, and then they're like, oh, say something like they don't like her, and then she's like, damn, I was gonna propose like a spite x Sinder art. So clearly by that point her view of spite was good. It was positive, or it was neutral, if I'm being uncharitable. After Red was like, giving her the tea, then she was like, oh, I gotta protect Sinder. And then she decided not to work with her, so... Whoops.
I'd like to highlight the irony of expecting to be entitled to recognition for her own efforts and size when her own active efforts are tied to sabotaging this very same tuber. Me trying to gain Silver's recognition came far before there was any kind of effort to ever try doing anything against her. They were not simultaneous, and a huge majority of the context around my relationship with Silvervale over the years was never explained to the public, including by myself in my apology.
Okay, so we're gonna see it in the Silvervale doc, so I'll hold my comments on that. I think I'm gonna start commenting less because a lot of it is repetitive.
Also feeling entitled and insisting to be recognized by someone else is odd.
Yes, it is.
I didn't feel entitled to be recognized by her.
You did!
I felt pressured too. On one hand I was being harassed for being similar to her, and on the other I was constantly asked to do things with her. If at the bare minimum we could get along on Twitter, it would have stopped the hate and satisfied the fans wanting us to interact. Similar to how another couple popular tubers that had beef in the past publicly ended the feud between them. But Silver couldn't allow herself to do even that.
The one-sided feud between you. Bro, why do you care about some YouTube comments on it was on somebody else's channel, by the way, that YouTube comment.
I hope everything makes sense and everyone who has been hurt, manipulated, or sabotaged by her will find closure. I hope the events presented here make even more sense than they did before.
It makes even less sense, Cinder. Now is message screenshot manipulation. This is speculation.
Another thing I'd like to point out is the fact that Nano's screenshots present in both her and Bao's documents were manipulated after Nano had already given them to Shiley and Bao. Meaning that someone helped Nano cover up information, and proving Nano did not originally present the screenshots to them this way. Here is one of the screenshots in Nano's document. The bottom is cut off.
I feel like they should have used that speculation tag every time Red fucking talked throughout the document, by the way. Here is the same screenshot from Bao's doc. The image is in higher quality. The censorship is done differently. In the bottom where Nano says the deal was fair is present. Nano was the only one who could have had these screenshots from her DMs with Red to give to Bao to use. Even the timestamps of the DMs are the same. If Bao's document had the full screenshot, then that means Nano showed them the full screenshot. But at some point after showing Shiley, Bao and my friends, it was decided to edit the screenshot in Nano's doc to crop out her calling the deal fair, removing her guilt. Another example of the image Red's message about Cotton. In Nano's doc, a message about Cotton is deliberately doctored out of the image as if it never existed. Nano, who had no relationship with Cotton, is on record saying she didn't care about her, would have had no reason to do this. But Bao's doc shows the message and just censors Cotton's name. It also contains a message at the bottom, like the screenshot Nano's used. I'm unsure why Bao's own name is censored in the screenshot from her doc. So if my friends knew what the full screenshots show here, but they were manipulated in Nano's document before showing them to the public, then who did it? Like, who did the manipulation of the screenshots? At the very least, I know that Nano's specific message calling their deal with Red was At the very least, I know that Nano's specific message calling their deal with Red Fair was seen by Shelly, Bao, and my friends. Yeah. Which should... My friends who were involved are not stupid. They wouldn't have done this to me if Nano didn't show them everything that happened first, right? I originally thought that, as my friends, they would have wanted to be fully informed on everything that happened before making their decision to cancel me. Unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told unless, it's that kind of unless. Unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, oh, they're angling towards Shy Lily here, the one who contacted Bao for her was backing all of her claims to them. I believe with Shy Lily already on her side, Nano lied to her about her experience with us from the start to hide her own guilt and push it all onto us. How could she show Shy Lily what she did and said about one of her best friends, Bao? If Shy Lily was only shown snippets of the DMs that, I don't know, maybe Shy Lily reacted the same way we did when we saw that part. And still decided that she got manipulated. If Shy Lily was only shown the snippets of the DMs that Nano chose to show her, she wouldn't have cared what the full context was. Shy Lily saw what Red said about her, and that was enough for her to agree with whatever story Nano told her, with whatever... True, it could have been that she only got shown the snippets, we don't know. The rest of my friends could have just been told by Shy Lily and Nano what happened, and also weren't shown anything beyond Nano's cherry-picked screenshots, completely trusting their story and jumping to conclusions because of their past experience. Well, if that's the case, then they're probably gonna have a fight after this document comes out, no? I guess we'll know in a couple weeks. Especially in Bao's case, who was right out of surgery, whose most trusted friend were telling her what happened and posted her document 2 days later, supporting the idea they may have not seen everything, is that no one tried to contact me about any of this, and may have been manipulated, not to, under the guise that I'd be the one to manipulate them. If they did, they would have heard a contradicting story. What was Nano's motive to leak messages to Shy Lily and to eventually post this doc? Everything that was posted was on top of Nano's claim, but if her story isn't true, she wasn't manipulated and Red didn't lie to her. Then what was her motivation? Oh my god, are we gonna go in like crazy theories now? Oh my god.
Nano's manager Akira told Red that Nano wouldn't be working with us anymore due to artistic burnout, and for no other reason. Burnout is mentioned once in Nano's document, and she showed no signs of burnout in our conversations with her for 7 months. Since I was cancelled, she's continued to work on more than plenty of projects. It doesn't make sense as a motive. As can be seen from our DMs, Nano was always treated well by us and was always excited to work on my projects, even right up to her last messages to us. Not wanting to work together wouldn't be her motive.
I decided to change my hair. I think I can use all this.
Since working with Nano, my work alone has made her over $100,000, with about $60,000 of that being within the last year from when I was cancelled. Given that I was her most frequent client, she wouldn't have had a monetary reason to do this. Nano's reasoning behind many of her claims written in her document are contradictory to how she behaved for years, and how she responded to situations when they happened. Those couldn't have been her motive. Nano only leaked her DMs with Red after he talked to her about Shy Lily. Why was that her turning point? If Nano had concerns about what Red was saying about Shy Lily, then why didn't she ask him for evidence? Why didn't she come talk to me about it?
Oh, I know, because Shy Lily is the mastermind behind everything. Yes, that's totally why. I like that she herself says that, you know, all the people that are like, Nanoless benefited the most from this cancellation, and it's like she lost her biggest client. In the last year alone, she made 60 grand with them. That's fucking insane. Because she suspected Red, who's been on her side for years, of lying before she'd ever suspected Shy Lily of any wrongdoing. Oh wait, that's the answer. Because she suspected Red, who's been on her side for years, of lying before she'd ever suspect the Shy Lily of any wrongdoing. Yo, the jealousy is seeping through here. I believe Nano was curious about the things Red said about Shy Lily and asked her about them. Shy Lily lied to Nano about her own actions and told her she was being manipulated by Red. Shy Lily lied to Nano about her own actions? Like, what, the 2 raids that she didn't name you in? You think she lied about her not responding to Sinder anymore? Like, if we're to believe that Nano was so easily manipulated by my manager in their casual conversation, then how likely is it that Nano could have been manipulated, used, or pressured by the biggest pissed off indie VTuber Shy Lily directly throughout this whole ordeal? They're like fighting to manipulate Nano. It's kind of funny. Nano betrayed... Do you guys think Red is typing this? I have a hard time, like, Sinder sounds so nice usually, and then she'll say shit like this, like, used and pressured by the biggest pissed off indie VTuber Shy Lily directed throughout this whole ordeal.
Nano betrayed Red's trust in her after believing everything Shy Lily said and either willingly leaked more DMs to Shy Lily for her opinion, or Shy Lily asked Nano if there was more to see. There was no backing out now. She had to go along with the events that came next, and carefully maneuvered her way to the best possible outcome for herself. Nothing from Nano's DMs could be made public without her cooperation, and her cooperation wouldn't make sense if she wasn't also a victim. Shy Lily, in lying to Nano, inadvertently gave her the excuse and support she needed to blame all of her actions on Red and I without ever having to show for it. Nano leaking messages, hiding the truth, and going along with the plan to post her document was about self-serving, self-preservation in the eyes of Shy Lily, my friends, and the public, at the expense of people who supported her for years.
But, I mean, clearly I don't know. What I think happened is that she saw that they were lying to her about Shy Lily, then they checked about the other people that they talk shit about, Bao and probably just Bao. And then she realized that they were also lying about Bao, that it wasn't funded claims, and after that she just didn't want to work with them, even though they were her biggest clients and they were their friends. Yes, they were their friends, but they lied to her. So what else could they lie about? And she has no monetary reason, but burnout is not about money. Burnout is about exhaustion, feeling that they'd be respected. They said no to other people pressuring her. Exactly, that's true. Good point. More than an hour ago, you were like 2 pages above this one. Oh my god, don't tell me that.
I do not believe Nano wrote her own document, and whoever did manipulated the information Nano had and maliciously wrote about me. Nano then presented it to the public and the real author kept their hands clean from any direct involvement. Nano's document states itself that she did not write it or put it together. This is further evidenced by the fact Nano's DMs are typed completely differently to how her document was written.
Okay, oh shit, we're getting into the 4chan rats territory. Wait, when you guys remember when livers in Niji Sanji would get self-suspended and people would do like the apostrophe rats, like she usually uses this apostrophe, not this apostrophe, so therefore this is her manager, like skinwalking them. Like, this is what it makes me sound.
Her document starts with Bao's involvement, not about herself. and not about what chronologically happened first. Nano is on record saying she didn't care about Bao. The message from Red about Cotton hurting one of our friends was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document. Nano would have no reason to do this, and she's on record saying she didn't care about Cotton. Nano had no prior relationship with our friend who was hurt either.
I'm gonna see if one can read all of this. I'm not sure though.
The way Nano's document claimed she felt about Red asking about her plans and gossiping with her contradictions of her own behavior. Issues with situations over the past couple of years claimed in her document weren't a problem to her when they happened. Nano would have known exactly how the events presented played out and the full context behind them. She lied about them, and someone who was just using Nano's messages helped her do it. They didn't care about the validity of the claims being made, only that they supported the greater narrative, purposely leaving out critical context and distorting the order of events. Only one screenshot of messages about Spite was included. Nano's document never mentioned Red asking her not to work with Spite, even though that seemingly would have helped her argument. The person who wrote it didn't know about it ever happening. However, I believe this wasn't included on purpose.
This wasn't included on... Wait, why does she believe that this wasn't included on purpose? Doesn't that contradict the fact that the person who wrote it didn't know it ever happened? How could they not include it on purpose if they didn't know it ever happened? What? Nano's document repeatedly uses the and symbol throughout it, not just in section titles, but in the written text too, 25 times. Not once in the years of working together has she ever used this symbol in either of our messages with her.
This was what broke Lydia. She could not handle the skit, so that this doc had focused on the and.
Dude, that is crazy. And in my experience anywhere else, it's not commonly used. Who uses it? Who uses this and though? Is it Shy Lily? Is it Shy Lily? But nonetheless says that she got help writing the doc. Nano, I got help writing the doc. Sinder and Red. I believe, I have strong suspicions that nonetheless had her document written by somebody else. Well, yeah, fuck, she just said so.
A dozen people, including Nano, Shalili, and Bao, were involved in the planning of these documents. Bao's document doesn't contain any use of and I believe Bao wrote her document herself. However, Shilili's reply to my apology tweet used in a total of 15 times in its writing. Did Shilili write Nano's document? Shilili was already giving me multiple signs that she had a problem with me before any of this happened, even saying on stream she always had a bad feeling about me. Shilili was involved from the very start, being the first person Nano told about Red's messages. Shilili was more than willing to lie about me herself, as you will see below.
I love this part. This is the best part of the document so far. This is so fucking good.
Shilili was the one who reached out to Bao for Nano, and most likely was the one to do the same with Cotton, Silverveil, and Spite. Nano's document starts with what happened with Bao, which would make sense if Shilili wrote it instead of Nano. The message about Cotton hurting a friend of ours is edited out of the screenshot of Red's DMs. Shilili is also close friends with that person and may have done this to keep them out of things. A link to the exact timestamp of one of my 2 raids into Shilili's stream that Red told Nano about just so happened to be included in her document in Shilili's defense, but not the incriminating one.
Nano's doc starts with what happened with Bao, which would make sense if Shiley wrote it instead of Nano. Wait, why? Isn't the Bao thing like the strongest claim? Because it's her friend? Nano's documents, the minister about cutting her down in front of her is edited out a screenshot in Red's DM. Shiley is also close friends with that person, may have done this to keep them out of things. Oh, the plot thickens. A link to the exact time in one of my tourists Shiley's stream that I told Nano about just so happened to be included in her document Shiley's defense. But not the incriminating one. Wait, but that works both ways. Okay, Red told Nano about that one raid, but he didn't tell her about the incriminating one. This argument is used to say that Nano would have told Shiley, but even if Nano wrote the document, how could she know about the incriminating raid if Red only told her about
the
one?
last nuke we dropped on our reputation didn't quite do the job. Let's try again.
No, for real! No, actually, that's funny. That was really funny.
Nano's document claimed manipulation when there wasn't any. Shiley was the one who told Nano she was being manipulated, and she was the only other person involved who pushed that claim to the public. Shiley started her reply to my apology with it, discrediting anything I said. The absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity. My use of "it's just business" was dishonestly portrayed in Nano's document. Shiley used the phrase in her reply to me, was the only person who lied about the meaning behind it to the public, and made it into a meme at my expense.
Dude, Shiley literally said that she saw the screenshots of Nanoles and she thought she was being manipulated. Shiley said in that clip that she linked that she was helping Nano with the doc and organizing. Like, I don't get it. Why are they acting like this was some behind the scene, like, backroom dealing?
Nano's document says my friends platformed me when talking about competition. That is very specific wording. Shiley said something very similar in her reply to my apology.
The docs.
She also said very similar things on her stream. Nano's document, the competition they're referring to are people I thought they considered friends, who always helped, supported, and platformed Sinder. Shiley's reply, everything you do is out of competition through your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. Shiley's stream, oh, let me just platform that very same person that tried to deplatform me and all of my friends that helped her get there to begin with. Let me just continue to platform that one person that tried to backstab us when begging to be in our positions.
Oh my god, I can't believe they both used the word competition and platform. This hints at a deeper pattern for sure. This is coming from all the way from the top. But obviously they would use similar words anyways because they're all in a group chat together, which they've admitted to, talking about this. So I don't see how is this incriminating? I hope they both get therapy.
These two quotes from Nano's document are also very similar to what Shiley said on her stream. Both were claiming manipulation, and Shiley specifically used the word problematic when describing someone Nano wouldn't want to work with. Nano's document, spreading rumors endless to make other clients appear problematic to manipulate any future decisions regarding commissions. Another example of speaking ill of other creators right after they saw I was working with Shiley, trying to once again make the idea of working with other clients seem like I am setting myself up with problematic people, to get me to reconsider working with them. Shiley's stream, it was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person someone wouldn't want to work with.
Shiley's stream was about me being slandered, throwing all kinds of accusations around to Nano, making me seem problematic, weird, making me sound like a person no one would want to work with. Shiley implied she was directly involved in making the document on her stream. There was a part where she said it more plainly, no? I'm getting hungry, chat. Oh, the clip. Oh, we do have the clip.
Alright, alright. I don't know where I was, but let me just say, in this section...
My bad, I didn't know these were linked to clips, I'm dumb.
That she dedicated to Cotton and me. She said, sorry for not having any knowledge of this. And that's where I kind of got mad, because like I said, a lot of the stuff that we posted about is only stuff we have hard-coded receipts for. Obviously, there is lots of experience that doesn't exist on paper. It's only private experience. But there is also more receipts! Verifiable receipts.
Show them.
That weren't added to the doc because either there are smaller things that just only really become a problem when added up, or they were a little too private to be shared. They contain information that people just don't want to publicly have there, but it is kind of important for context, you know, so you pick and choose what you want to have up there. And so...
Kika, thank you. Thank you so much for the 5 membership. I need them to keep going. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I can't believe it took them 5 months to come up with a theory of something Shiley publicly admitted herself. And most importantly, Nano's document is filled with the use of and in its writing, just like and only like Shiley's own reply to me. I love this thread. Like, I can get behind that one. I love it. But even if Shiley wrote the entire doc for Nanoless, what is the proof that she's the mastermind?
It's fairly obvious to me that Nano conspired with Shiley to write her document for her. Even if Nano lied to Shiley from the start, Shiley still helped Nano lie. Besides presenting everything in such a convoluted order, there were doctored screenshots in her document like I showed above. The same screenshots in Bao's document being uncropped and unedited shows that Bao was being honest with the information she was given, but Nano and Shiley weren't.
Dum dum dum.
Being the person who presumably wrote Nano's document, Shiley and Nano would have known exactly what I meant by it's just business.
Come on.
But she was the one who lied the most about it, in Nano's document, in her reply to me, and on her stream. Interesting how she was able to connect my messages from that same conversation with Nano to how I must have known about what Red said in his DMs with her 2 years later, but somehow not the fact that my use of the phrase and its meaning came directly from what he said the day before.
But even when what you said the day before, it could have been taken in another way. It's only been taken that way in your head. You're like, oh yeah, obviously, this is what I meant with it. I want to take it. No hard feeling. Business is business. Hey, Sinder, hope you're doing okay. Talking about... I found canceling some models because it's not fair. Wait, why is it cropped? Where's the business is business part here? Now we're breaking down Bao's doc. Originally I gone through Bao's entire document, pointing out the lies within it, but I no longer believe she and my other friends were lying. They were misinformed, and were speaking from what they thought was true. Nano and Charlie lied and manipulated them all to see the story their way. Bao was understandably hurt. She found out about what happened and wasn't in a sound state of mind after her surgery. I'll only be going over parts of Bao's doc with the context that she may not have had the full story from Nano or our side of the story, and pointing out her assumptions that weren't true. Let me guess. It's just going to be the part where they're like, where they're gonna pick apart Nano's words and be like, see, she brought this up. See, she suggested it. She said she didn't care about Bao's model. She would prefer to be Cinder's mama. Just like in Nano's doc, Bao's doc presents things as if her model was only cancelled once in August 2024, even though Nano cancelled it a second time in her deal with Fred in January 2025. Yeah, which makes it look worse, by the way. I don't know why they keep like honing in on this. It's not looking good. Maybe they should have hired a PR firm for this. I have first-hand experience on how Sinder and Red collaborate and the extent to which Red operates as their primary point of contact in her professional and personal projects. It is that experience that leads me to believe that all requests and messages sent by Red were both known about and approved by Sinder. Oh, they're gonna be like, okay, well, she has no evidence for this.
Just like Nano's document, this was an assumption that they corroborated with each other, and Bao refers to Red's actions as both of ours in her document. This wasn't true, and no one could definitively say that in every single instance Red was just a surrogate for my thoughts and feelings. Red is an individual who can think and feel for himself. Bao shows 0 screenshots of my own DMs in her document. One of the only times Bao had first-hand experience of the way Red and I worked together was with the She-Wolf cover song. Bao messaged Red, not me, and Red didn't tell me all of the information when he asked me about it, or in the 3 days before Bao messaged me directly. Her own experience with us should have cast doubt on this claim.
Red didn't tell me all the information when he asked me about it, or in the 3 days before Bao messaged me directly. Her own experience social. Yeah. Every time that Red can lie to her, or Red can forget to tell her something, or she forgets to check the calendar, it happens. Yeah, both are difficult to prove or disprove irrefutably, but it is more likely than not, based on the very evidence they provide in this doc, that they knew to a certain extent.
As I will show, Bao was clearly talking about her model being cancelled in August of 2024 here. After she finished both the design and base model sketch, there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. Nano told Red herself that Bao's model hadn't been started yet.
So it's just the same rehashed argument that they had in the Bao section.
2 weeks before canceling Bao's model, Nano told him she wanted to cancel models, asking him about canceling on Bao specifically, and telling him she wasn't the only one she was considering canceling. Bao saying there was a back and forth could imply that Nano approached her before August 5th, when Red messaged Nano again, already saying she may not continue her model.
I gotta tell my editor to cut this highlight in 2. And I need to not forget.
In a private group chat that Sinder was a part of, I shared how devastated I was, and she did not comment or say anything despite others in the group chat comforting and reassuring me. This was Bao's message she sent to our group chat when her model was cancelled on August 6, 2024, which she also included in her tweet replying to my apology. I knew about this before Bao did. I felt guilty about it and didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I should have been a better friend and at least try talking to Nano for her, but I didn't. If this was Nano's decision like I was told, then I wasn't going to get involved.
Sinder and Redacted were deliberately sabotaging ongoing comms and blocking VTubers such as myself from having access to art from Nanoless. That claim is false. Bao would have only said this if Nano told her this was what happening. Well, what about if she saw the screenshots? Bao had reason to believe it too, with Nano telling her that her model was one of the ongoing comms affected. Okay, we're gonna make hold on, read that actually.
Right after talking all about August 2024, when her model was cancelled the first time, Bao presents screenshots from January 15, 2025, over 5 months later, to explain why her model was cancelled in August. It is out of order and missing context as well. The screenshots Bao shows of Nano's DMs with Red are the same ones Nano uses in her document, including the time zone discrepancies I discussed. I will include the date and time of them in ESD like I did before, and as shown in the full context of these conversations in Nano's section of this document.
My brain is taking a bit to load and catch up to what the Juan is saying. The screenshots the above shows of Nano's DM with Red are the same ones Nano uses in her document, including the time zone discrepancies I discussed. Yeah, I'm just slower at reading this because I feel like I have to think more about everything that's said and understand it, and I'm like slower, I guess. Sorry. I'll include the date and time of them in EST like I did before, as I showed the full context of the conversation. So, do they believe that now Nano basically just showed Bao like cherry-picked screenshots? Yeah, if she really felt bad about it, she could have said they don't cancel that. Yeah, I mean, just the fact that she feels bad about it. Kinda, I mean, she feels bad about it probably because she feels like she had a hand to play in it. Somewhat. Like, somewhat. At least influence a little bit. Otherwise, why would you feel bad? Bao presents screenshot version 15, 2025, 5 months later, to explain why her model was cancelled in August. This is 2025 for August 2024, I think. Like was shown above, Nano's message calling the dear fair and asking for a demon figure were cut from the exact same screenshot in Nano's doc, but are present in Bao's document. It really looks like in Nano's doc. As I pointed out before, Bao's document shows the message about Captain above, and like Nano's, and just like in Nano's doc, the following message from Nano are missing. Yeah. We read that. And again, the message from Nano right after are missing too. Yeah, it's true. Several of the screenshots in the doc released 5 months ago were doctored. However, none of the edits misrepresent the content of the message, even with the expanded text of Sinder's document, meaning the edits were likely done to cut out irrelevant contents. They were private conversation. Maybe, or maybe she felt worried about how she would be perceived, which was not the right move, but at the same time, again, I feel like the context doesn't change. You try to cancel her model, whether it was in 2024 and 2025, the result is the same. Hey, no worries, Kylile. Welcome in. Now let's ask Redacted how he is encouraging her to not finish my model. This is what Redacted lists as reasons why Nonetheless should cancel her ongoing Life 2D model. Commission with me. Friends do not sabotage other friends out of business opportunities. Friends do not spread lies to fuel selfish narratives. Friends do not use the private information they get from the privilege of being close friends just to use it to manipulate others. True. True with the last part. Wait, what do you mean, how did she know it before? Oh, the model being cancelled.
Nanoless asks Redacted on why he is encouraging her to not finish my model. This statement is false, and it's not what happened, but Bao may have been told this was the case. This list above was how Red felt about Bao, and his reasoning as to why he wanted to exclude her from working with Nano in his exclusivity deal in January 2025. But Bao, who only had the contacts Nano shared with her, applied these reasons to her model being cancelled in August 2024 to explain why Red manipulated Nano to cancel it then. While Red was looking to prevent Bao from working with Nano, which was wrong, he didn't even know Bao had a model planned with her again. When Nano told him about it, he backed off, followed by Nano asking if he was sure and for him to explain why to her.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not really down on working with people who Cinder don't want to. It's kind of like when you go have coffee at somebody's house and they offer you some snacks with it and you're like, oh no, I don't want to bother you, but obviously you want to eat the cookies. But then they're like, no, please, I insist. And then they're like, okay, just eat the fucking cookies, you fat ass. This is what Redacted lists as reasons why Nano should cancel her ongoing Life 2D comms with me. Bao's model was cancelled in August 2024 after Nano told Red Bao's model wasn't started. And just like I showed before, Nano said here that she had Bao on her commission list as in not ongoing. I do not believe Nano would cancel a project if she had any significant amount of work invested into it already. Friends do not sabotage other friends out of business opportunity, yada yada. I've never done any of these things. My friends both knowingly and unknowingly sabotage me out of innumerable business opportunities when they chose to make this public. Nonetheless, and Sinder is like, I had no idea my manager was shit-talking the heck out of Bao, which led to Nonetheless canceling the model. Nonetheless and Charlie spread lies about me to fuel their own selfish narratives to my friends and to the public. Nano used the private info about that Nano had in her message with Fred that she had from being close friends with him to use it to manipulate my friends and the public. Bao's model wasn't sabotaged by Red when it was originally cancelled in 2024. He didn't lie about anything he genuinely believed about her. Yeah, and none of the 5 reasons Bao listed above. Yeah, he didn't lie about it. It came to him in a delusion and he truly believed them. Anything else listed now about Bao? It was private information on things he knew from the privilege of either of us being friends with her. After showing a screenshot from Jan 2025, the next screenshot she presents from August 2024, she states it's another screenshot of Red's urging Nano to cancel her model, as if from the same situation. I mean, more screenshots of them urging Nano. When I showed them the design during Cinder's and I concert at WeebCon. She should have specified the exact date. Or is it disregarded? Cinder's claimed she didn't know what Red said about Bao because Red didn't tell her that stuff, yet her knowing about the model being cancelled before Bao shows she knew what Red said. Oh, like you mean her feeling guilty? So this is August 6th. True, what does she claim there? I knew about this before Bao did. Did she claim that Nao did that because she had too much work? Sorry, did she claim that Red told her that Nao did that because she had too much work? She might have claimed that. I don't remember exactly. Nonetheless, as redacted on why he is encouraging her to not finish my model. Okay, Juan, you're gonna read this.
This statement is false, and it's not what happened, but Bao may have been told this was the case. This list above was how Red felt about Bao, and his reasoning as to why he wanted to exclude her from working with Nano in his exclusivity deal in January 2025. But Bao, who only had the contacts Nano shared with her, applied these reasons to her model being cancelled in August 2024 to explain why Red manipulated Nano to cancel it then. While Red was looking to prevent Bao from working with Nano, which was wrong, he didn't even know Bao had a model planned with her again. When Nano told him about it, he backed off, followed by Nano asking if he was sure and for him to explain why to her.
But like, again, this argument doesn't make sense. He didn't know that she had a model planned, but he's putting her on the list. Why is he putting her on the list if he's not attempting to cancel anything that she's done? Whether it's model or art, it's still shitty. It doesn't fucking matter. This is what Redactors list of reason why Nano should cancel her ongoing Life 2D commission with me. Bao's model was cancelled in August 2024 after Nano told Red Bao's model wasn't started. And just like I showed before, Nano said that here that she had Bao on her commission list, as in not ongoing. I do believe Nano would cancel a project if she had any significant amount of work invested into it already. How many times have you read that sentence? But you know, guys, as Sun Tzu once said in The Art of War, do not interrupt your enemy when they are self-reporting over 1,000 pages of Google document. How many words is there in this, by the way? Like, just for funsies. Is that 20,000? No, it's... Okay, I don't want to look anymore. What chapter was that? Chapter 3 of The Art of War.
Friends do not sabotage other friends out of business opportunities. Friends do not spread lies to fuel selfish narratives. Friends do not use the private information they get from the privilege of being close friends just to use it to manipulate others. I've never done any of these things. My friends both knowingly and unknowingly sabotaged me out of innumerable business opportunities when they chose to make this public. Nanoless and shyly spread lies about me to fuel their own selfish narratives to my friends and to the public. Nano used the private information Nano had in her messages with Red that she had from being close friends with him to use it to manipulate my friends and the public.
Wait, guys, is it 22k words or is it 200k? No, there's no way it's 200k. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 numbers in there. 6 digits. I don't want to look anymore. After showing screenshots from Jan 2025, the next screenshot she presents is from August 2024, where she states it's another screenshot of Red urging Nano to cancel her model as if from the same situation. Well, she just says it's another screenshot. She doesn't specify the date. Yeah. That's 200k? Rima's a real trooper for covering. Thank you so much. If you guys have some, you know, Twitch free Prime subs, make sure to throw them my way. I'm gonna need all the fuel I can to get through this. More screenshots of them urging Nanolis to cancel the ongoing Live 2 decommission with me, even mentioning how excited I was. Oh, because she says ongoing Live 2 decommission, they're saying, oh, these screenshots wasn't about the on 2D Live 2 decommission in 2024. I get what they're saying. I get it. It's like, yo, chill out, Bao. We didn't just try to cancel your model once, we tried to cancel it twice. Get it right.
These are all Red's messages, not from them like Bao says. Nano wanted to cancel Bao's model and Red reassured her about it. Red said I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon, without ever mentioning how excited Bao was about it when she showed us the design.
Okay. Okay, so he didn't mention how excited she was. And they're like, oh, Bao lied in her document.
In Nano's section, Red explained that he thought Nano should still be paid for the design work she did for Bao. The possibility of her starting shit was based on his own opinion of how she could react to the bad news from Nano. This screenshot of their DMs shown in Bao's document was not included in Nano's document.
Okay, and? But you did do that. This screenshot of their DM showed in Bao's doc was not included in Nano's doc. Okay, but it's included in Bao's doc. So what? I'm like actually losing my patience today. I feel like I was more... I was more nicer to them before they made me go through these like hundreds of pages. This entire Google Doc is the worst argument against it. Even if you are with them, just because they made you suffer through all of this, then you just like them even less. She should have just like showed us the picture of her new puppy and called it a day. It would have been way stronger.
We were completely unaware Bao encouraged our video editor to take our exclusivity offer. This call apparently happened over a month before I was cancelled, over a month after Nano cancelled the deal with Red, and over 2 months since they first made it. Our video editor never told Red or I about this. The few times they asked for raises while working with me, I was more than happy to accommodate them every single time.
True! They expect you to be mentally weak by the time you get into the breakdown so you can accept their unsubstantiated milkman theories. True. I'm in shock and disbelief that this is the narrative they decided I deserved, saying that I harbored an invisible jealousy because my songs flop made me feel sick to my stomach. In late 2024, I was dealing with debilitating TMG pain that resulted in me having to drain fluid from my jaw joint to open my mouth properly. Apparently, this is one of the most painful things you can have. They both knew this. I have always wanted my friends to succeed. Alongside me, and I don't know how they could say these things while simultaneously weaponizing my most vulnerable moments against me. Red pieced together the narrative he convinced himself of and told Nano and was laid out in Bao's section. Bao was the one who spoke ill of her own song's performance in her public Discord server last year, and Red decided it was a contributing factor in what happened. Yeah, because Bao complained about her song's performance while she was depressed and dealing with debilitating TMG pain. Red told himself, it's fine for me to use the exact words that she used to, you know, talk about her songs to one of her close friends, Nanoless. And of course, he's only using her wording. He doesn't actually believe that the song Bao made flopped, even though just a few sentences lower in that screenshot, he says that Boss Rush did 100 times better than her song. Be so fucking for real right now. You get real. And they say it had nothing to do with the TMJ she's talking about. But I can see why she'd think that. Her most vulnerable moments were not used against her. But you made sure. If you didn't use her most vulnerable moments against her the first time around, you made sure to do that this time around. You are double guilty of this. Like, if they weren't aware of the TMG pain and shit, then he knew then when he pulled up her tweet and was like, see, she is like that. She is always complaining and whiny. I hope you are able to finish in this Google Docy. I hope so too. Thank you so much for...
I hope you're able to finishing this Google Docy.
Thank you. Thank you, Nan. Thank you for the cute squad.
If you look at the timeline of events from Nano's document, I don't know how anyone can understand the timeline of events from Nano's document when everything was presented out of order and out of context. Some of those messages date back years. I found out about this less than 48 hours ago, and they did not give me common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over those years. This was not over years. The only times Nano and Red had meaningful conversations about Bao was at the end of July and early August 2024, and in January 2025. From the time Bao's document was written, the oldest of these messages would have been about 9 months old. The problem Red had with Bao was only in December 2024, about 4.5 months before her document was posted. Either one of us should have talked to Bao when we had the chance, and we didn't.
Wait, didn't they shit talk her in August 2024 too? But okay, but even if that sentence was replaced by some of those messages date back months. I found out about this less than 48 hours ago. They did not give me the common courtesy of talking to me privately about this over those years. Would that have changed so much as they claim it is? No. No. Even if you correct her here and exchange years for months, it makes it a little bit better, but it doesn't excuse your behavior. My thoughts, feeling my most vulnerable, darkest moments that I shared in confidence may have been used as information to ruin my chances to have the same VTuber model as someone I thought was my friend. None of the reasons Bao listed above or anything else Red said to Nano about Bao was private information, things she shared in confidence or had anything to do with her most vulnerable, darkest moments. What about showing you the model at WeebCon? And they also said that she was whiny and stuff when they hung out together and stuff. Why did you just put this part but with no explanation and highlight I would like to ask the community to refrain from spreading harmful speculation? Is she trying to like send a message?
Bao's stream on April 27, 2025, Bao streamed the night after posting her tweet in response to my apology. Just like her document, I won't be going over everything Bao said on her stream, and many of the things she said were because she was convinced it was the truth. Okay. I'm choosing to believe she wasn't lying, but she was wrong.
Well, I don't know. I can't even remember what the conversation was like because I was just in such a state of, it was like I'm hearing what Lily and Nano are telling me, but it's like I cannot compute it. I cannot. Sorry, I'm.
That's the part you wanted to see. I just kind of remember seeing the screenshots, she says. How much did Nano tell Bao and how much did Chai Lily say for her? The screenshots Bao saw couldn't have been more than what Chai Lily saw. I believe Nano hid the full context of them from the start. Well, if that's true, when they come back, I mean, this could be true, right? But if that's true when they come back from TwitchCon, obviously everybody's going to condemn Nano, right? Mifrian, thank you so much for the Twitch sub. Thank you, thank you. Bao couldn't understand what happened because she didn't have the full context or even know the motivation and reasoning behind it that was explained in her section. Red and I never talked to her when she should have. I'm sorry, Bao, for that. And it's this part. Reading everything confirmed my worst fear was awful.
In every scenario, I try to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes.
Yeah, true. Only Red is allowed to send harmful speculations. No, but he thought it was the truth falling down. Get it right.
I can't understand. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it. We had been through so much offline and online. And there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you.
Oh, I just thought of something else. Remember when... Okay. Whatever, I'm trying to think of my sentence before speaking it, but my brain isn't computing right now, so here goes nothing. So remember when Sinder was like, Red harbored a dislike for Bao, but I didn't agree with him. But I chose to like go along with it to keep the peace. So she couldn't even say no to her boyfriend / manager. That's how persistent he was. And I think the word persistent might have been used for that section. Yeah, she went along with it. But then for them to turn around and say that, but Nanoles could have said no. Nanoles could have said no to him. It's like, well, you couldn't even say no to him, and he works for you.
And not knowing what you did, or if it's your imagination. But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything. And so you keep it to yourself. And you keep hoping it's your imagination. But then the cruel realization hits that it wasn't. And it's even more worse than you could have ever imagined.
Yes, it does, Freed.
And you wonder why. All those times where they talked over you or ignored you if you had done something wrong.
Poor Bao. I mean, at this point, I think Sinder was, you know, just going along with it. That's how she felt cold. Bao couldn't understand what happened because she didn't have the full context or even know the motivation or reasoning behind it. That was explained in her section read, and I never talked to her when we should have, and I'm sorry to Bao for that. Okay. At least she said sorry for that part. And I completely sympathize with what Bao said here, which is part of the reason why Nano was so important to read. Okay, so she agrees with Bao, it seems, with those section. Like, everybody knows how special a VTuber debut is. This is the kind of most important day of a VTuber career. But it's funny that they say that she completely sympathized with what Bao said here, which is part of the reason why Nano was so important to Red and I as my model artist. But if you understand how important a VTuber debut is, then why are you making it so Nanoles is canceling somebody else's model?
And I sat on that design for so long. And I was so heartbroken that
Thank you, Luffy.
I just deleted the tweet where I teased it. Like, I couldn't even look at it anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's stupid, but if you're a VTuber, your model is what represents you, and you really do have to fall in love with it because it's an extension of yourself. And so, I had that model as my subathon goal, one of my top subathon goals for a while, and you know, I showed it to everybody around me. I'm very used to very cute, dainty designs, and I wanted to, I just wanted to see what it would feel like to have a sexier model. And so I had that one. And ever since that happened, I thought about getting a different artist and keeping the design, but it felt like it wasn't the same. And I didn't want an artist to just draw over the design. So I just shelved it, and I hope that maybe one day Nano would be free enough to take my commission.
Bao said here that her model with Nano was shelved and implied that it wasn't ever rescheduled again. But, so, wait, so she ended up making that model with Nanoless? I'm confused. Did Bao ever make... I wasn't aware, at least, that Bao ended up making that model with Nanoless. But I believe... I hope that now, after, like, all of this drama, that Nanoless does make her model.
So many ways to be.
She never said that it was never rescheduled again. Cinder's accusation is baseless. Yeah, make Bao's model at a discount for real. For real, to like Nano owes her big time. I agree. I agree.
Competitive and still not hurt other people in the process. And
healthy competition, yeah.
I don't know, like I feel like even when she was so much smaller than me and was just starting out,
Thank you, Noose.
I still remember
how are
showing
you,
up,
cutie?
calling her.
Noose. I'm baking a cake tomorrow on my stream. Do you want to stop by?
During a random stream and just making a little bit out of it, and like,
yeah, I'll do a hand cam.
I think I speak for all my friends, but we wouldn't be where we are.
I actually haven't bought anything for the stream yet. Gotta do this. Actually, what time is it? I should probably go to the store tonight. What time? I think I'll be on from like 5 EST till like 10 EST-ish, maybe later. Just keep procrastinating, it's gonna be okay. Yeah, last minute prep for the hand cam stream sounds horrible. That white icing last time was so bad. I know, it was terrible. It looked like coom. I was never competitive towards Bao in the same way I felt I was towards Silvervale. I agree with everything Bao said here, and I'll always be grateful to her and my friends for what they did for me and proud of what I was able to do for them too. If Bao or any of my friends had come... sorry, I need to play the clip first.
Like, and that's the most fucked up part about it is like, the whole time I was like, what did I do? Like, what did I do?
How many icing boxes do you guys think I should buy? True, Bao is on the screen and we're talking about cake. It's very fitting.
Last minute prep equals content though.
You're not wrong.
Why was I even considered a threat at all? I felt like...
I'll give one of each, okay, chat?
I felt like
It'll
she
be
was
fine,
so
trust.
much more successful, and I felt like she had everything that I could ever dream of. And like, there was no need to kick the ladder down. There was no need.
Yeah. If Bao or any of my friends had come to us before making things public, they would have found out the motivation behind what Red did. How would that have made it better, though? That he made up this one-sided threat? Bao was never considered a threat. To you, maybe, but not to Red. Evidently, from what he showed us, someone put that idea into her head. And me, because it's not something ever said in Red's messages. What? My mind just is blown right now. Bao was never considered a threat. Perhaps not. She was considered a doormat. She was considered somebody you could throw under the bus. That's for sure. She was considered somebody you disliked. That would guilt trip Nano less, for sure. That would complain a lot. That would disappoint her friends because she wouldn't go out in Japan with you guys. They're like, Bao was never considered a threat because, like, Bao used the wrong word, saying, oh, and, like, why was I ever considered a threat at all? But you did consider her a threat because you believe that she snatched your MV guy, your MV animator dude, and that she put him because MV Boss Rush did so much better than her songs that flopped. Someone put that idea into her head. Oh, you mean like how Red put these delusions into his own head? Like, they think we're so fucking stupid. It's insulting.
How could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent...
Numi said Bao confided in her about me and the way she thought I felt about her, but never did Bao try talking to me directly about how she felt the same way, then talk to her about Red's feeling. She was trying to say both sides were bad at communicating. You mean that Bao felt like there was a shift in Cinder's warmth towards her. Got it, yeah.
5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend even if he took an exclusivity deal with you. It would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel. And like, that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being and the success and growth of your channel. And they could not even spare the same thought for me. For something...
It's definitely not a both side thing because it was impact my house business, false equivalency. I got it. Dude, when she says, and you could not even spare the same thought for me, oh, it hurts. It hurts my soul. Like I explained when going over Bao's doc, our editor never told Red or I about this conversation with Bao. We had no idea it ever happened. Red was the one who had a problem with our editor working with Bao, and only after December 2024. Before that, it wasn't a problem for either of us, except initially, like I explained in Bao's doc, in Bao's section. Red's conversation with Nano about it was in Jan 2025, 2 months before Bao's conversation with our editor. Eh? Nani? Oh, okay. The editor that they were trying to make an exclusivity deal with was Bao's editor. And this would have meant she would only have 2 editors for her channel. And yet she still didn't stop her from considering his financial well-being. And they could not even spare that same thought from me, is what Bao said. Then she says, our editor never told Red or I about this conversation with Bao, so they don't know that Bao was counseling him. We had no idea it ever happened. Red was they're like, why would we assume somebody acts normal? Why would we assume somebody acts good manner towards their friend and their staff? Red was the one who had a problem with our editor working with Bao, and only after December 2024. Before that, it wasn't a problem for either of us. Except, initially... Wait. Before that, it wasn't a problem for either of them, except initially it was, as she explained in Bao's section. Basically, is what this means. Red's conversation with Nano about it was in Jan 2025, 2 months before Bao's conversation with our editor. So 2 months before Bao had a conversation with her editor to console him and to encourage him to take the exclusivity deal with Sinder. Yeah, Bao, true, Bao even got scammed of a friendship, man. She can't catch a break. Yeah, Bao is the perfect victim, actually. It's a sad thing to say, though.
You do not know how many times I was told to put in my Google Doc the fact that you had a significant other, and no matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in, I could not bring myself to put it in, because I knew that what that would do to your reputation, and you could not spare that same thought for me.
Oh, I wonder why they censored these. I appreciate Bao not putting my relationship in her document while under the pressure from Shy Lily and our other friends to do so, but I would never do that to anyone like she claimed I would. Red and I being in a relationship doesn't prove that. I had seen all of his messages. My friends had no way of knowing that, or not. Sure, it doesn't prove that she's seen all of his messages, but I believe she saw more than she's willing to admit to. Maybe not all, and I'm sure Red kept stuff from her, as like, you know, most married couple, or I don't know if they're not married, but you know, most couples do. But she, I don't know. I don't think she's 100% telling the truth here. My friends had no way of knowing that, or not just because we were together. She's like, yeah, you can't prove it. However, if Nano lied about the alleged years of manipulation and abuse she's suffered with us, then I can see why my friends wouldn't believe I didn't know about any of the things I actually didn't. The story Nano told them isn't true. Well, Nano wasn't the only one who knew you guys as a couple. They knew you too, so they could also form their own opinion on that.
When I read your apology, I was just looking for some semblance of... I just wanted to know if you would know what to say. I just wanted to know if you had ever thought of me as a close friend, or if it was just one-sided or not. And I felt like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology, and that really fucking sucks. And now I just don't know what to think or what to believe. And how easily I could have turned this into a personal vendetta. But I kept it strictly about...
No, totally, Royal Onion. It's all Red's fault when they have to admit to something. And then when they have to admit to something, it's like, well, Red has his own thoughts. Red has his own free will. He acted on his own beliefs and he thought he was telling the truth. But she agrees with Red when they have excuses. Exactly. When I wrote my apology, I was blindsided by what Red did and said about her to Nano behind my back. And everyone thought it was all my fault. I couldn't accurately explain everything that happened between Red and I over Bao with the pressure I was under, but I also felt I couldn't own up to the way I treated Bao and the role I played in making her feel that way she did without that context. I didn't know what to do or what to say or how to say it, so I said the bare minimum. And I believe it should have been kept that way. Bao deserved better at the time, and I hope I can make it right now. Bao's mentioned that she kept her document about the people and clients that were affected. Was she talking about these clients? Bao mentioned that she kept her document. Bao wouldn't have known what really happened to their projects, but Nano did. What is she? I felt in real fact, I just don't know what to think or what to believe, and how Zelia could have turned this into a personal vendetta, but I kept it strictly about the people and the clients that were affected and how their careers were put on pause. This is speculation. We don't know whether she's talking about this or just like the people that are included in the doc, that are in the GC with them. She's like, yes, I did wrong, but did you see what Nonetheless did? True. Coincidentally, Vampeaches was the one that confirmed Cinder and Red were in a relationship, and they are not mentioned anywhere in this entire document. Hold up. You are using the "and" that is used in the Nonetheless document and in Shy Lily's tweet. Are you Shy Lily? Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was and how in the middle of the year when I was so depressed and there was some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed, I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her. Bao saying I didn't come to Numi's concert that I was playing with her for over a year was the only thing she lied about on her stream. I'm choosing to believe this was just a mistake in the heat of the moment, not a deliberate lie. There is a portion of this section below talking about Numi's concert. Well, I'll talk about this again. I feel like at every single pivotal moment where you had the choice to be a good person, a good friend, you chose not to be, and no matter how many times me and your friends tried to wrap our hand around it, tried to make sense of it, we can't. We can't because every single time we come to the realization that's not what we would do if we cared. At some point, what are you even trying to one-up? The only pivotal moment I can assume Bao was talking about here was with Numi's concert that she just spoke about, possibly when I didn't say anything about her model was cancelled in August. And then she's conveniently leaving out that Bao got her model, like, cancelled because she's washing her hand away from this, and she's like, we had nothing to do with this. I was never trying to one-up one of my friends, including Bao. You could have also, another pivotal moment here could have been to firmly tell your manager that works for you and that represents you to stop believing this shit about Bao. RCE, welcome to the Cute Squad. Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my god, I think 4 more pages. I'm gonna stop at 100 and call it, because my god, my stomach hurts. I feel nauseous. And even then... One sec, I gotta burp. It's not coming. Okay, and even then you're bound to get jealous as a content creator, but what you choose to do with that jealousy is what defines you as a character. You can either let it make you spiteful, or you can fuel it to forge your own success, because when you're a streamer, yeah, you can share audience with people, but at the end of the day, you are building your own community. You shouldn't focus on trying to take what other people have, because that's not how you get it. That's what they made for themselves. I felt like my point of view, they were so much more further ahead than me than I could even imagine. I got kicked down the ladder that I felt like I initially gave you. None of us would be there, would be where we are without each other. She says, jealousy didn't fuel anything, rather I did. Someone else was telling Bao that was the case. None of the evidence shows I or Red ever being jealous of anyone, because we weren't. Did you actually fucking put this in your fucking document? I need to end stream soon because I'm becoming hangry. I am like hungry and angry now. And it's like... And I am becoming angrier reading this. Stop the fucking cap. I don't know what Bao is talking about when she implies I was taking other people's communities for myself. And I didn't kick down the ladder on her. And then, again, like denying the model allegations. In January, Red made a mistake that I didn't know. It's just a mistake. He made a mistake. I agree Bao was someone who was kind to a VTuber much smaller than her, someone she had no obligation to show any kindness to, but she did, and so did the rest of my friends. I'll always be thankful to them for it and everything they've done for me. You could not have had this go on for so long, not known about it. This wasn't going on, and not for as long as my friends were misled to believe by Nano. Any of the problems Red had with Bao only started in December 2024, and if I were them, I can understand why it'd be unbelievable too. Like, I could give her that point, I guess. I don't feel like looking into it. I felt like I was tasked with an impossible choice, and I hate it, but I had to be in the position where I had to be me to say something or no one else would. And if it's not about whether or not I am right or wrong, but it's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with, and I know that for so many people to be affected that it was the right decision to do, but it really fucking sucks that it had to do in the first place. I feel like I've been given that impossible task so many times already in my career. If I don't say something, then no one else will, and if I had a choice to not to do it, then I would take it, but I know that would be the wrong choice. Just like Buff said, Bao had an impossible choice given to her by everyone else. This is gonna link back to her initial rat that they asked Bao to speak up. This is a repeat of an earlier section. I believe Bao made the best choice with the information she had, the state of mind she was in, and for all the people she was thinking about when making it. I forgive her for what she chose to do. What I don't understand is why the choice to make anything public was left up to Bao. Why didn't they look up to Nano to say something when all of the evidence was from her DMs? Why was it Bao's responsibility to say something or no one else would? Why would they put that pressure on her in the state she was in? Nano could have said she wouldn't make anything public without Bao. Nano knew her story was a lie all along. It couldn't stand on its own. So she wasn't going to say anything unless it was backed up by Bao. Or maybe they needed to showcase like a victim of the model cancellation or the sabotage or blacklist. I don't know. I just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person and not just someone that you had to surpass. And when I read it, I felt like you didn't. Bao was never someone I felt I needed to surpass. Someone else must have convinced her that was the case. I cared about Bao, but Bao was my friend that I wasn't treating like my friend for too long. I'm sorry I wasn't a better... Maybe she was convinced of that, seeing the DMs between Red and Nanoless, though. Like, based on the information that she received. Isn't that just the initial conclusion anybody would land on? I'm sorry she didn't have the 1,000-page appendix to go with it. She didn't have this doc. Obviously, she would change her mind then. Alright, we're getting to the rat section. Why did Charlie have to contact Bao for Nano? Charlie encouraged Nano to bring her DMs to the people affected, including Bao, but Charlie was the one who ended up reaching out to Bao. Why? I don't think Nano could confront Bao herself. Nano only showed Shy Lily the select screenshots of what happened in her DMs with Red over Bao's model, not the full context. The difference was that Shy Lily was already on her side after she told Nano she was being manipulated. If Nano went to Bao alone, Bao wouldn't have any of that pre-established context, meaning Nano would have had to explain what happened to her model by itself. Bao would have obviously wanted to see all the messages of it happening. Nano would have incriminated herself. But if Shy Lily was the one to contact Bao for her, Shy Lily could explain Red's manipulation in the messages about herself first, then Nano wouldn't need to show the full context of the messages about Bao and her model because Shy Lily was vouching for her. She just had to nod along. Bao wouldn't have doubted Shy Lily's word. That is a lot of schizoing in here. Lots of assumptions. And I would love for the girls to speak up on this or say what truly happened. Was Bao's model really cancelled a second time? Throughout this document, I've been writing under the assumption that Bao's model with Nano was cancelled twice. No, actually you've denied it every single time you can. You haven't even included it in the timestamps of her stream. Nano told Red in January that Bao's model was on her commission list and went as far as to offer to cancel it a second time herself, eventually agreeing to do so in their deal. I know, Kid Loco. Fuck.
This is the most crazy race marathon ever, lol.
But Nano's document, which Shy Lily presumably wrote for her with the information Nano gave her, and Bao's document never mentioned her model ever being cancelled another time. After August 2024, she said on stream that after her model was cancelled the first time, it was shelved. Well, I was thinking that I didn't know it was the same model being cancelled twice. I thought it were two different ones. Unless Bao was lying, I don't believe her model was ever officially rescheduled with Nano after August 2024, meaning it couldn't have been cancelled a second time. Wait, what? Isn't she talking about the 2025 situation? What I think happened is that when Bao's model was cancelled and she told Nano the above, Nano kept Bao's model on her commission list in something like an indefinite waitlist section, unbeknownst to Bao. When Red approached Nano about their exclusivity deal and brought up Bao's name, Nano said it was on her list, not telling him the context of it being there. After encouraging Red to explain his reasoning to her, she offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for us paying her. This is so much rats. They are far, like they are deep. Exchange for us paying for her own models, rigging which she discount from our next commission with her. Why would Nano have been so quick to offer cancel Bao's model a second time when she didn't have the courage to do it the first time in August 2024? This is all just the most insane speculations. It's like so baseless, but then they're like, trust me when we tell you that I had no idea what Red was doing. Because Nano didn't have to cancel it this time. She never had to confront Bao because the model was never rescheduled. Oh my god, it gets crazier! Nano knew she wasn't accountable for Bao's model when she made Red her offer, but Red didn't know that. She used it to negotiate with Red to get what she wanted at Bao's expense, offering to cancel it for basically nothing. In making this deal, she just had to forever kick the model down the road, never making time for it, while Bao would forever cling onto the hope that she would. Did Nano lie about all of this? Out of the messages I showed above, they were the only ones present in Nano's doc. Yes, of course I wanted to understand better, especially if I cancel her the second time. Nano never showed Bao, Shaw Lily, and my friends the messages where she and Red were talking about Bao's model in January. She never showed when it was first brought up when Nano offered to cancel it, or when they made their agreement. Nano lied to my friends and told them she never made a deal with Red, like I said in Nano's doc, and they believed her. She never showed them it happening, and nothing happened to prove it did other than Nano's rigging getting paid for, including Bao's model never actually getting cancelled a second time. No matter what Red said to Nano in that conversation, no one that was named in their agreed upon deal suffered any losses due to it before it was cancelled. Yeah, but still, it's the intent is also important. Exactly. You know, in law, if you break into a house and shoot a guy only later to find out he was already dead, it's still charged you with an attempted murder because of the intent. Yo, you stole it. Exactly. Okay, so this is where we leave off. Pick up here.
Wow, ancient alien speculations is more convincing.
True! true, true. There's this conspiracy theory that like the kind of like hieroglyphs and symbols on Monster cans, you know, the Monster energy drinks, are like Illuminati secret messages, and that's more convincing than this shit. Hika, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the gifted this stream. Thank you for real. I'm actually so fucking tired, but the rats are really fucking funny. Like, we're in the best part of the dock so far. Like, actually. I'm gonna go buy some chicken to eat. I'm starving. Here, let's raid Remia from VSPO. Okay. And on Twitch, we could raid PP. Okay. That's good, Lord Tomoyoshi.
The consequences of our nukes.
Yeah, exactly. No, I love when somebody said the first time we didn't nuke our reputation better, so let's give it a second try. Yeah, this whole entire doc should have stayed in the draft. Maybe they should have just focused on the nonetheless section. Alright, thank you so much, guys. I'll see you tomorrow for my birthday stream. Make sure to show up. I'm gonna go buy icing for my cake this time. And I'm gonna make sure I have ingredients. I love you guys. Bye-bye. Take care. Mwah.